she didn't know how to fix that problem. She just kind of had mentioned that it just wasn't going to work for her horse. So,
Yeah.
anyways,
Well, that gal is full blown, flat out narcissist. I mean, she's horrid. Yeah, she's a false accuser. I mean, this broad is something else.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's flat out horrible. Hey, there's a whole Facebook page dedicated to how horrible she is. That's the truth. It's called Apex Trim Beware.
Okay, well, that's good. Yeah, so I can see how like all of her wonderful stories they have on there. It's
Hmm.
like, okay, and once the horse isn't wonderful no more and the person starts questioning, she gets upset with you. When they started
Yeah,
questioning about the back of the foot, she got
yep,
upset. And then if you do anything different, you're kicked out. So now
yeah,
Ashley's like, I don't even know what to do. And I'm like, well, just keep doing what you're doing, I guess. And when your horse
yeah.
can't walk anymore, then maybe
Well,
you'll listen to somebody else's
yeah,
advice. But
share the Apex Trim Beware page with her,
okay, I will.
you know, and stuff. So, yeah, that gal, man, she's a piece of work. Okay, so anyway, now that I've been slimed, just thinking about her. You know people like that? They just the memory of them, the thought of them, you feel like even spiritually slimed, like you got something sticking to your body. That's what a true narcissist will do to you. Okay. Once you're not, especially once you're not in their good graces anymore, any contact at all, just like you've had a bucket of snot poured over your body. Anyway, it's too bad there are people like that, um, because I remember before I knew that word, I'd run into those kind of people my whole life. I was so happy when I learned that word. Said, "Oh God, there's a name for this. My goodness." Anyway, shake it off. Okay.
Yeah.
But uh the good thing about that is her antics is that one of my best friends it was in her deal there, Dodie. Uh God, why am I not remembering Dodie's last name right now? Um anyway, uh she's become one of my best friends. We get together all the time, read the Bible and talk, and she's wonderful. In fact, she just sent me some mushroom coffee. Has anybody ever drank that mushroom coffee?
I've heard of it. I haven't tried it.
Yeah. All right. So
My
anyway,
sister drinks it. She says it's delicious, but I've
re
never tried it.
really, I it's supposed to be good for inflammation.
Yeah, I heard that too. I want to try it. In fact,
Okay,
she left her coffee jar at my house. Maybe I should just drink some.
Dodie Tolbert.
Yep, that's
Okay.
it.
Yeah, I'm right? Okay. See, I mean, you ask me my mom's name, I'll forget it if I have to tell it to you. Uh, like if I have to introduce people, if I've known them my whole life, I'll get a mental block on their name. You know, so I always have this fear of not remembering or pronouncing names right.
I tell my husband if we meet somebody and they're talking to me and I don't introduce them, don't ask because I don't remember.
Yep, I know what you mean. Okay, well, let's see here. Let me see who is all's here. Okay, well, hi Rachel, hi Kathy, hi Sherry, Claudia. Claudia, have you been here before? Can you hear me? Claudia can't hear me, or she doesn't have a whatchamacallit that works, a microphone. And then
Sometimes it
somebody,
takes a minute to unmute.
Hi.
I
Oh,
can
okay.
hear it. Sorry, I had a problem to make the speaker on. So I'm from
Oh, hi,
Germany, and
Claudia.
I'm the first time here. Yeah,
Where are you calling from?
from Germany.
From Germany. I figured so. I kind of
So excuse me, my English isn't that fine. So, but I hope it will work.
yeah, you sounded just a little bit of a German accent.
Yes.
But your English is excellent.
It
Oh
is.
no, but
Yes.
hopefully it will work. So yeah, it's the first time I'm here, and I found your Facebook channel and your YouTube channel yesterday, and yeah, I'm really interested in your method of trimming the hooves. So
Oh, that's
I'm
awesome. Well, we got some really great people over there in Germany
yeah.
as well. That have been doing this for quite a while and stuff. Well, we're glad to have you. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks.
And who is A here? Just has number A. Who would that be?
That might be Agaliki.
Is it?
A green background and letter A.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Agaliki.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
me. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hi, glad you're here today, sister.
So yeah,
Thank
I heard
you.
everything. My family was around me, so it was a bit difficult for the moment ago.
Oh, okay. Okay, so anyway, so we're gonna start. Gee, I don't really have anything planned for today. I'll tell you what. So, Claudia, if you want to, if you would you like to tell us your story and do you have any pictures of your horse's feet anywhere?
At the moment, I don't have. I have to take some pictures. Perhaps I can make it the next day. So, and one of my horses isn't here. It's around about 100 kilometers far from me. So,
Okay.
yeah, it's at my parents' farm. So.
Oh, okay. Well,
He's not now he's 3 years old,
mhm.
gelding, and yeah, very nice. But yeah, I'm interested. The other ones, it's a Frisian horse and Haflinger, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So these are much older. My gelding, he is a Frisian. He's 16 years old, and the Haflinger, a mare, she's now 24 years old.
Oh, okay. And so have you trimmed yourself or do you have a farrier or a trimmer?
Yes, I trim them myself, but
Okay.
yeah, I made a course here, and yeah, my mare, she's always a bit a problem. She's always, I don't know how to say it in English. Um, it's without shoes, she has problems to walk. So
Okay.
even if there are stones and something like that. So yeah, but the
Okay.
Frisian, he's no problem. He can walk everywhere.
Has good feet, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you decide you want to come back next week and stuff like that, if you get some pictures or you have some questions, we'll do a evaluation for you and tell you what we think. I can definitely look at your mare and tell you why she probably is having a hard time going barefoot,
Yeah,
you
thanks.
know.
It would be great. I tried to take some pictures. So yeah, I did a course, and he worked with after the natural horse hoof care, NHC, you know, and
Okay.
natural horse care. I think so. So um, I I think yesterday I watched a few of your videos. So I think yeah heels you say in English. Die Drachen in German, I think they've been a bit too short then. So
Okay.
probably that's a reason. So, but we'll
Okay.
see. She's always a bit difficult because the hoofs, the way if you leave um, I'm not that good in the English.
You're doing okay. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, but even the wall around, if it's quite a bit longer, it always starts to break away.
Okay. So she's got chipped hooves,
Yeah.
chipping, as we would call it, like
Okay.
like chips. Okay.
Little
Well,
chunks breaking out.
So
yeah,
I
I'm
I
hearing
I'm
good.
listening to you, so we'll see.
Okay. Okay. Well, thanks for sharing that. And when you get some pictures and stuff, we'll take a look and see if we
Yeah,
can help you
great.
out. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. The next days, I think I'll try to take some.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay. So, is there anybody here that wants to wants us to look at a horse or do an evaluation? I'll wait and see. Okay. There isn't. Okay.
Hey, Linda, I'm sorry. I'm cleaning my kitchen.
Oh, okay. Hi,
I'm
Kathy.
having a hard time getting my unmute button to work. I can send you, I just did my horse Gordon,
Okay.
did his fronts, and I can send pictures of that and we can look at him.
That'd be great.
All right.
Okay.
And then if you have time today, I did send through Messenger the pictures of the mare that has been getting the apex trim.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I wanted to look at that. Okay. We're going to look at that. And by then, Kathy will have sent pictures.
Sounds good.
Okay. Yeah. You got to remind me of stuff. I just turned 69. I'm losing my mind.
I'm looking real hard at 79, and yeah, I hear you.
Well, at least you can hear.
This is true.
All right, let's see here. Um, let's see. 9.
Do you know that there is a cartoonist that have a bunch of old ladies with very funny situations?
Where's that at?
I cannot remember his name. Shh. Dila. But this is company. There is this company of old ladies that always do things, and it's a comic. Well, I think that tax will be like this in a while with all
Yeah.
of us. Ah, my dog is found out a burglar. Let me make
Okay.
her.
Okay. Okay, I'm just waiting for this messenger to load. Now, I wanted to get out and wash my horse's feet and take pictures of his feet, but because it's been muddy and kind of wet, and so his feet have uh gotten wider. Okay, so I'm clicking on here, and so I'm going to share this. Just a minute. They're kind of small. Let's see. Share. Looking for. Okay, well, see, at least, they know to grow the heels. See, that was her big claim to fame. But she, because that's what she stole from us when she was in our group. Grow heels. See, and then she put a hodgepodge of junk together. And then the thing that narcissists are good at is marketing. Marketing, they are marketing experts because it is the almighty dollar that they worship. See, so they are marketing geniuses. And so this gal hadn't even been trimming a year. And she's in our group, got there by I forgot who got her in. The name is escaping me right now. But anyway, got her in the group, and when she learned about and saw the truth of how the heels were being trimmed out, all these horses, she then went and pawned herself all over Facebook as a world-renowned trimming clinician. Okay, world-renowned trimmer. She went on every group there advertising herself, and she had only been trimming a year. And so then the trim she put together was a combination of what she learned from Pete Ramey, not trimming the frogs ever. So you can tell this frog ain't been trimmed. And not trimming the frogs and growing heels. And so that's about all she does. And bring back the toe and clean out the sole and stuff. So you look at this foot and you can see they're growing heels, but they're doing nothing with the frog. See, but interesting, you can really see how this foot is bound. Let's look at it here. This is a good picture to look at. See a bound foot that's scrolled and rolled in. Let's see. So everybody, that's why, there's so many people learning stuff that isn't true, and everybody wants to have a online hoof course that they can charge you for. The latest, greatest. Okay, so this is interesting. Let me.
Sorry, Linda, may I ask something?
Sure.
This hoof you showed us is 1/10 of every hoof we usually see.
Yeah.
I like this hoof because it seems okay. I now I see that it's bound, especially frog bound.
Yeah.
But this one example is that maximum the 10% of the hoofs of everyday horses.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's the same deal on all of them. See?
We cannot take this hoof as an example of the problems that horses have.
Why not?
Because all the horses that have problems with their hoofs are not like this.
Pretty well. How come?
Because this horse has heels bound, but heels.
Well, yeah, because she's been taught to just grow heel.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it is the 1/10 of all the horses we've seen, the everyday hoofs we see. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, I can have one horse with hoofs like this, but the rest 9 horses do not have this kind of hoofs if they have problems.
Are you trying to say that like this horse, his hoof, even though it's bound, is in better shape than 90% of the
Yes,
ones
thank you.
we look at?
Okay.
Yes.
I'm trying to reword it easily.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Because sometimes I have it in my mind and it's difficult to explain it in English, especially when we start the Zoom. And my
Okay.
tongue,
And you've been speaking Greek all week.
and of course, this hoof is quite acceptable, but to me, no, because I know how difficult it is to change exactly this kind of bound wall and these hooks. but it seems a nice hoof. But all the the hoofs we are dealing with has nothing to do with this one.
See, I can't agree with that. Okay. Now, I understand why you would say that, looking at it. Okay. And I might have thought the same thing even a month ago. Okay. But in the last month, even, I've come to see more and more and more exactly how these feet are distorting. Okay. And so a lot of times when you first look at them, especially on feet like this, because they do have heels. What you see right here? Look at that. That's got a lot of heel right there. You know, when you first look at them, they do look like when you first look at this foot, you would look at it and it might not seem like it has that much problem. But in reality, it is very contracted and the bulbs are the only thing different is it hasn't got a frog that's and periopal that's covering up the space here as much right in here. But in reality, the same exact thing is going on with this foot as with all the rest of them. So let me show you what I mean. And like I say, even a month and a half, 2 months ago, I wouldn't have seen it like I see now. Okay, because now it is really, really, really clear to me exactly what's going on with these feet. And you will see the same thing in all of them. You know,
Yes,
while,
because now, Linda, we know the bulbs where I can see the bulbs where they are at this hoof.
yeah,
And we
see,
can see,
here
yes,
and there.
right. And we can see this creep on the back of the frog that we didn't know before.
Yeah,
And of course, now we know more. But
yeah.
if somebody sees this hoof is better than others,
Oh,
they
yeah,
think
yeah.
that is better than others, but
Hey,
it's not the majority of the hoof like this.
yeah, no, no. I mean, because she's been taught to clean up stuff more than a lot of people are taught to clean up other feet. You know, and on this particular horse showing this crack here too, but when you look to the side, like let's go look at the other pictures here.
I was just going to mention, if you look at the side view with her standing, you can
Hmm.
see the bend in her hoof capsule. This
Uh-huh.
hoof is definitely, and she didn't start out bound. That's why I wanted to show like where the tacked trim's taking, I mean not tack, sorry, apex trim has taken people, because this mare, I've been at this barn for just over 2 years, but I mostly was just working on my sister's gilding. So after trimming a
Uh-huh.
couple horses, then slowly I started taking more and more, but I didn't want to get back into it. But then I needed my baby trained. And so me and the trainer there trade. So I trimmed 2 horses and she gives me an hour lesson or an hour training my horse. And then I trimmed a bunch of horses for credit towards training. So whether I wanted to or not, I've kind of been sucked back into this. But
Yeah.
when I first seen this mare, she had flat feet, underrun heels, and very long toes. And
Uh-huh.
they had a farrier that was in the barn trimming her. And so this gal found the apex trim and started to do her herself. So yes, she stood her up, but if you look at that side view with how she's standing, I mean, she is better than she was, and a lot of her soreness has gone away. But now even Amy's noticing when she's working her, when she comes for her lesson, that even in the arena, the soft arena, this mare is now walking more stiff through her body, and is now not lame, like limping on a foot, but you could just tell like when the feet are all kind of tender, just the way that they're a little bit more faster on their feet
Mhm.
and stuff like that. So Amy's like, I've kind of noticed the mare seeming like she's moving a little bit more off, just walking a little bit more stiffer through her body. So
Yeah, because I mean, so I remember when I first started trying to restore heels, and I get some of these people like different Strasser trimmers and stuff saying, well, they had people that had grown heels, and and it really made a mess of the foot. Well, that's because they didn't know that about foot binding. And so what you have is you have a foot that's bound, like what you have here, and the heels have been grown, but these aren't the heels. This is not the heel.
And that's what I try to tell her.
Yeah,
That sidewall, your buttress is wrapped around into your frog.
yeah, exactly. And stuff. But like when you look at this foot, okay, it does look like it would be a relatively decent foot upon first look, just looking at it like this.
Exactly. That is my point.
Yeah, I
That
knew that's
this-
what you meant.
Yes.
Yeah. So people are going to think this is a relatively decent foot, unless you're a true barefooter that thinks they shouldn't have any heel. Then you'd have some people saying the toe was long. You'd have other people saying the heels were long on this foot. I know from watching them in all these hoof groups and seeing how they comment and understanding I used to look at them the same way, you know. And so when you'd first look at this, you'd look up here and go, well, the cartilage don't look bad there. Look at that. And looks like it has heel. Okay. The growth rings don't look bad. Just from there. But then once you see these other pictures, what kind of horse is this? You know?
She's a little foundation quarter horse.
Okay. So let's look at the other pictures. Just a
She's
minute
about
here.
14 1
Oh,
hands.
okay. So she's just a little horse.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you look at this, you can see this foot is really bound. Okay. Like in a really interesting, extreme way.
I
Let's
didn't
see
get
here.
pictures of the back feet, just the 2 front feet. I only got a
Okay.
side picture of one, but there is one where it's worse and twisted. And kind of how I ended up with the little um warm blood that Amy bought that let her do markups on her. She did markups on her for about a month, but her lateral heel ended up being an inch longer than her medial heel. And when Amy was freaking out and ask the lady, like, what do we do about this? What do we do about this? She just kept telling her to leave it. It'll work itself out. Well, it kept getting higher and higher, and the foot started twisting. And that's when Amy was like, nope. And I came in and took over her trims. And that's actually that clubfoot post that I just posted the other day
Oh,
is
okay.
her before and after since I've been trimming her. And now her heels are balanced because I did have to take quite a bit off that outside. But that heel was probably like 3+ inches long, and then the medial heel was much shorter, so it was just throwing off the balance of the whole hoof. But even on
Okay.
her horse, you can see where it's almost like it's wanting to shift, and one side's like folding in and the other side starting to flare out and the hoof is twisting, and the mare's even starting to now like throw her feet out when she's
Yeah.
standing. So
Well, I'm gonna find a picture. Like my horse's foot is not even completely unbound, but I will show you the difference in the bulbs here as soon as I find one. Okay. Just a minute. And
Devon, are you trimming this horse?
okay. So I'm gonna show you this. Oh, see, I need to find a picture of that horse we looked at last week. See? So I'm gonna go do that here in a second, but I want you to just look at this. Oh, gosh darn it. How'd I do that? I'm not sure how I did that. Oh well. Here we go. Okay, so this is just showing the back different progression of my horse's foot, and what I want you to see is the bulbs. Just a minute, Jared. Let me do a different one. Let's do this one. Okay, so you see the back. Here's the bulb right here and right here. Now look here. Look at the hairline, how it's straight across. Okay, and see how there's a space here in between the bulbs right there. Right here. So here's a bulb. right there, and right here. And then there's this space right there, and here, look at the hairline right up here. Okay, now let's go look at this other foot. And this isn't even a completely finished, correct foot. Because when this foot is finished and the bulbs and all this is corrected, this bulb that's right here is going to be over here. Over here. And this frog in here is going to be between them back here. So now let's look at this other foot. Just a minute here. Okay. You don't even see a bulb here. You know why? Because the bulb is in there, in that crack in there. You see that? And even the hair here, even the hairline is twisted and forced into the center here, like so. Okay, so if we're looking at the sole and it came around like this, and here would be your bulb on this side, and over here would be your bulb on that side. That's not very good. Okay, then you got a space between them right here. And here's your hairline like this. Okay, so this bulb here, instead of being like that, it is like, let me show you here. It's like, oh, you stupid thing. Just a minute. It is like this. And the hairline, and oh, there's no space between them, by the way. The hairline is pulled in there too, like that. This bulb over here, it's like this. It's like that. And the hairline is in here, like so. So this bulb here, right here, is hidden inside of there. Inside there. These are curled and twisted in like this. And, oh, that works good. Cool. Okay, so that's what, and then this, okay, from the heel, the heels are curled in here too. And so this foot is wholly contracted. There's no space between the bulbs. The real frog has been stripped out. It probably has periopal right here growing over it. And so even though, so the heel is sidewall. It's not real heel. The heel buttress, they might have some heel buttress. They might have some right here, but it's supposed to be clear over here. See? This is where your heel buttress is supposed to be. Not curled into here. Not shoving up against the frog. So
Linda,
have
can
heels
you
about
please,
that long.
sorry,
Huh?
can you please draw a line on the hairline from the one place to the other and see how small the hoof is? If you draw a line from one end of the hair to the, yes, well, about. But
See,
look,
well, I can't follow the hairline because the hairline's shoved in there.
yes. But the end of the hair
Here
there.
and there.
Yes. Look
Yeah.
how small the hoof is.
How small it is?
Yes, on the weight, how smaller the hoof is from the over the periopal. You see, it's restricted. How can I
Oh,
say?
the hoof is smaller than, I see what you're saying.
Yes. Look at
Okay.
the growth on not on length, on width.
Yeah, this don't look
There.
right.
Yes.
That don't look
Yes.
right at all. Look, there's the
Yes. Look.
foot,
Exactly.
but here's the hairline.
Yes.
You know, that don't look right. Yeah, no kidding. But now let's look at, I'm gonna go find the picture of a actually a good foot. So hold on here. Trying to remember what I did with those. Just a second.
Yeah, and I worry because like lamenesses that come from a hoof-bound hoof like this are almost like more difficult, and a lot of times they'll be diagnosed with like laminitis or something like that. And
Yeah.
as I've been here listening,
Hope you cut out. I don't know what happened there.
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Um, I just feel like horses like this in the long run are probably like one of the worst lamenesses you can deal with because most people don't know what's going on. And they're the type where the capsule gets so small that like after following you and like listening to some of this new stuff at the back of the hoof, like this is the kind of hoof that eventually would want to walk out of its capsules.
Well, one thing it probably will have it, a vet would diagnose it probably with navicular pain,
Yeah.
you know.
Uh-huh.
Um, so and here again you can really see here, we'll look at this part now. Just a minute here. Share, because I know I have that. I took that picture just a
The
minute.
worst problem with these bound hooves is that it shoves the front of the foot forward, and then you take the toe off and you just keep it in a cycle of it being bound.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she does. She trims this horse every week.
Yeah. Yeah.
Every week for markup. So every week all she's doing is trimming bar
Yeah.
and rolling the toe off. So she's not even
Yeah.
leaving hoof wall for the horse to stand on.
Yeah.
She's beveling it away, leaving her on her sole.
Yeah. And she will pay what you pay her. I wonder what she's charging now for markups.
I didn't ask. I should have.
Yeah, why don't you ask what she charges? See, she wants them to do it
It was
every
like
week.
$100. It was about $100 when I inquired one time. I'm sorry, I did inquire,
Yeah, no, that's
but
okay. No, but
but
she
I never
wants
went
to keep
through with
it, keep
it.
that money flowing in, see?
Well,
Part
I'll
of
be
the
honest.
issue that I had with her is that she only has photographs of the side views of the horses. You never see pictures of her students' horses from the bottom.
No, it is horrible. The pictures that she wants, I'm like, how could you even know what to do with those pictures? But like the girl at the barn, she's still kind of been like brainwashed by this woman. So I could tell when I was trying to show her different things, it was kind of like, you know, when you try to have conversations with any farrier and you're on a
Yeah,
different page, they're not going to be open. They're going to believe what they,
no, they,
you know,
because
so
they've been indoctrinated
yeah. So
by
now
evil people.
yeah, I don't really
Sorry, but
talk
that
to
gal.
I don't really talk to
People
Ashley
become
and
financially indoctrinated.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't
Once
really
you've
talk
spent
to
the money,
and I don't really
you've
talk to her anymore about the horse hoofs because like I showed her that one time and tried to tell her what she needed to do, but that would get her kicked out of the program. And then I think she kind of got like some sort of hard feelings when Amy had me take over her little warm blood jumper mare
Oh,
instead of
yeah.
her trimming her. So now there's kind of that. So now when it comes to this mare, I'm just basically talking to Amy and she let me sneak some photos of her.
Oh, see, well, that works good. Now, see there, you can see it right there. And so all this anatomy this foot is fully contracted. Heels are kerned in. I don't even think that's heel buttress. That's just side wall. Heel buttress is buried up under there. And so then all this is pulled around like so. And of course, there was a frog here, right? And so that frog is shoved forward. And look how this is bent up into the foot here. Look at the bars here. The bars are bent up into the foot. These, I showed last week that hoof capsule where as this is happening, the bar gets bent up into the bottom of the foot right there. So this is a false concavity that develops from the way the whole foot gets bent in the back and up. So, interesting. Now, a lot of times what we see is a foot can be just like this, but the periopal's a little different. It'll wind up kind of being thick and seeming to cover this area up so that you don't know. See, this is a good foot to look at because it's got this crevice right here, and you can really see how it's bound. Because a lot of times that periopal will cover up the whole back of this right here, and you don't know this crack is there. I'll show you an example here. Let's
And
see.
I actually didn't see those cracks when I looked at this horse with her. Some of this stuff is kind of shown up on these horses because we've actually got some rain here in Alabama. So
Oh,
I have
yeah,
definitely
good.
noticed a difference in the hoofs in Alabama versus Washington State because it
Yeah,
rains 9 months out of the year. They're standing in mud. So they're trimming horses. I had more horses that were like splayed out, and they needed to be trimmed to bring the hoof back. And now here in Alabama, everybody's bound because the weather's so dry.
yeah. Now look at this. This is your frog lip. See how it's pushed forward and bent? Right there. This one's bent straight up in. There's a bend right here. Can you all see how this is bent? Right there, up into the foot.
Yeah.
It takes a while to train your eye to see this. The bend is right here.
But
That's where
once you see it, you can't unsee
Yeah.
it.
yeah, once you see it, you can't unsee it. Now, another thing that happens that I learned just in the last couple weeks is why is it we look at these feet and do not see them being contracted? You know, when you first look at this foot, you don't see how contracted it really is. And a lot of times you can have a totally contracted foot that you think has wide heels. Why do we think they have wide heels? Because when we look at them, we're looking at this here. We're judging the heels by what we're seeing right here. Now that looks wide apart, doesn't it? See
Mhm.
what I'm saying? We're not looking at this right here, or even at the heel here. We're looking past it, and what we're seeing is this area right here. And that doesn't look contracted. And so we're not seeing the fact that this whole foot is like this. Like there's no, and plus, we didn't know that the bulbs are actually supposed to be this wide apart. About like so. Bulbs like here. When, look, not only are these shoved together, but this bulb here is literally curled in to here. See, it's amazing that this can even happen to these feet. It's amazing they can walk at all. You know?
Yeah.
So
It,
now, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just
Horse.
gonna say, it
He's
almost looks like
fine.
the hoof was put in like a vise, like from the back and the toe, and just kind of like smashed together a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, just curled like, okay, have you ever had a poster that was rolled up and how you can make them smaller?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
This is the exact example of a Japanese foot.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We
Yep.
used to use the word curled, and
Oh, you cut out there.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Kinda. Talk a little bit.
Okay, sorry. I'm in a barn.
Oh,
Um, I, I, when you use the word scrolled earlier, I'm like, that's perfect. It's exactly like a scroll. It
yeah.
curls in like a piece of paper. And, one of the observations that I've made is the periopal band on these horses is really thick from the hairline down.
Yeah.
And it's like a big wide piece of tape that I'm sure is holding the horse's foot together, but at the same time, it is like wrapping it in tight.
Yeah.
And the hoof can't expand until that periopal band is released, right? And then the way that the heels are pointing inwards
Hmm.
instead of to the back.
Yeah, like this.
That's how that's how I can
Yeah,
see.
see it there?
Yeah,
Yeah, see, and we
that's how
weren't
you
looking at
know.
that. We weren't looking at that. We were seeing this. Do you understand that's what I was looking at. Like, okay, I'll show you a picture of my horse's foot in 2019. Let's see here.
I think, guys, we have to train our eyes on this hoof because this hoof is deceiving people.
Yeah, it
Think
is.
that it is a robust and a quite hard, good hoof.
Yeah.
It cheats us. It's cheating us.
Yes, it does. Well, see, and I've just been really seeing it more and more just the last month, even. Well, first of all, I couldn't figure out what is it that's making me think these feet are better than they are, you know? So let me find my horse's foot here. Just a minute here. Well, we'll start with this one.
It's the
Okay.
heels and it is the backside of the foot, the caudal foot, that seems to be strong and not compressed, not in the negative meaning of compressed,
Mhm.
compacted. How
Compacted.
do you call?
Yeah. So this is my horse's foot in 2019 when I thought I had a good foot because look at this. Just a minute here. Look at this part. See how nice and full and thick and good that sole looks right there. So again, you're looking at this shape here. Here, I'm going to change the color. Ah. See, you're looking at this part right here. Okay, and what you're not seeing really is this part right here. See how this curves in like that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what not only that, but the bar is not growing straight from these like this. The bar is offset. The bar is offset over here. And what you'll find is there'll be a hook here like that. But see, you're not really looking at that. You're looking at this. This is making you think that your heels are different and wider than they are. Let me show more pictures of that. Just a minute here.
See, and as far as the level of the bar on the picture you were just showing us, like
Uh-huh.
that's about how much I would normally trim the bars, try to get them to look
Yeah.
straight, and that's about how far I would go down.
Yeah.
But now I've been trimming the bars out more on the hoofs that are contracted, and I wanted to ask you, like, because I've only started really trimming the bars out pretty much to nothing and the frogs out to nothing, down as much as I can without obviously causing any pain to the horse, but only for like a couple months. So with your horse, did you ever notice, like when you're taking out the bar and the hook, did you ever notice it wanting to, like, instead of expand, wanting to go the opposite way and contract more when you removed those? Like, I haven't noticed it, but haven't been doing it for very
No,
long
but
either.
that did happen, I think, to Mimi Mann's horse.
Okay,
Okay.
and if it did, could it be from removing too much? Or
Yeah, I think it was at the time. I'm trying to remember. I know that her bulbs came together, and
okay.
then and her foot did seem to contract more. But right at this minute I can't really remember why, but I know um I see, like on this foot here, what I found out was it had no real frog growing in here at all. It was all periopal
Mm-hmm.
right in here.
Yeah.
So this is the same, that other picture we looked at, this is just the sole view from the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now again, uh, let's see. Let me do it.
And you can
Again,
definitely tell where it definitely looks like the heel part of the horse, the hoof on his right side has definitely shifted back,
on him
on
or
him.
on,
Yeah, shifted back and it looks more open. The picture on the right side.
oh, over here. Oh, okay. You're
Yeah, yeah,
looking
yeah.
at
So
that.
I just want to make sure that,
Yeah.
as I'm applying some of these new, as I would call tactics, I think
Yeah.
David used that.
Tactics.
As I apply the new tactics, I just want to make sure with some of my clients' horses, that I almost wonder if there's like a fine line between like removing too much or not
Yeah.
enough,
Yeah.
and trying
There
to figure
really
out that
is.
balance.
There
Linda,
really
and
is.
it's all kind of the timing of restoring the hoof. I think even
Sorry,
if
it's
the
Elena Devon,
Captain.
I think, right?
Yeah.
Hello?
Because you were asking about the bars, and if we trim them too much, can they contract more? And I have a horse that actually I think it happened
Mm-hmm.
where it's like I wasn't sure, and then I have a horse that exceptionally bound from he's contracted medial laterally and also back to front bound.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened to him, I actually want to share his pictures and plus we have -10, no snow, and very dry sand.
Yep.
So now I see I'm a bit upset because his feet got contracted again. He got better when we had moisture,
Mm-hmm.
but now what I see smaller, really contracted feet with really aggressive periopal. It got really thick and it's really like pronounced leathery band.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I worry about that too here with Alabama because it's getting ready. I mean, we're gonna
excuse
have the
me,
rainy season,
sorry.
but then it dries. So, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
that's my just personal experience, and I really need to share the pictures. And I just started not to freak out, but I was like, so what shall I do now? So I'm a little bit wary because
Yeah.
it's not
Yeah.
going the way it was going.
Mhm.
And I'm a little bit upset. The horse is not lame, but he has really bad feet because he was exceptionally towed in, and
Uh-huh.
kind of his fetlocks were one fetlock was already damaged because it was the lateral heels were in minors actually.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't noticed any of them contracting, but it's so like with only a couple months, and the last thing I want is for that to happen. But as far as the guide goes that I've been using is just kind of lowering them until the bar is straight, where you can see a healthy white line and the bar is straight from like halfway
Because
the
for
frog
me,
where it should be to the heel buttress where there's no curve in it.
because what helps me, it's like I always imagine when we have the bound foot, like back to front, right? So what's happening is that everything is shoved under and kind of bent, right?
Uh-huh.
So if we remove, I always think if we quickly remove too much material, it will collapse even more.
Yeah.
That's why we need to have, like Linda said, we have to have a really controlled contraction, and like we have to read the lines in the sole, the cracks. Like I'm always careful to remove the bits of the sole that are in front of the bar. And then it's always, you see, when you start gradually removing the stuff, that the ridge of the sole is appearing in the seat of corn. It's like almost like when you do the archaeological finds and then you just remove, and then you see the real stuff emerge in the shape.
Yeah.
That's what I'm experiencing. But
Yeah.
with this particular horse, it's now in reverse, I would say. And I'm a bit upset about it, but I can't do anything because
Well,
of the weather conditions.
yeah, well, and see, this is what ultimately led me to start thinking something was up, because only because well, first of all, from the dissections and from pictures of horses with good feet, most of them wild, you know, I started to see that the cartilages were huge, you know. And so when it would rain, I would see my horse's foot expand and the cartilages expand out the back. And then when it got dry, they'd all round up and shrink up again.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know? So I wanted to understand why that was. Well, then through a set of circumstances, I heard that Bracy Clark at one point before he named it the periopal, called part of it, besides the frog band, called it the frog curtain right here. So I started thinking about, okay, because see, I have hundreds of pictures of the back of my horse's foot of this spot right here. And there were so many different ways that that thing presented itself. And I've been seeing it over the years. And so I noticed it gets wider and narrower, wider when it's wet, and then dry, it closes up. So I thought, okay, it's a curtain. It's periopal, it's opening and closing. Why is that? Okay, well, you know, it's simple scientific reason. Moisture makes things expand and dryness makes them contract, right? It's skin.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when I started doing that experiment, which was after this picture and before this picture, of soaking the foot for 3 days and trimming everything I could out of here. Okay. And that's when the foot expanded.
Okay.
In those pictures I show. But I didn't know, it took me time to understand just how much these heels and bulbs get sucked into here. Like so. Like right now, here, I'll show you where the frog is. See, now I can see it. Okay, I want you to look at something here. You see this design here? You see that?
Uh-huh.
That is the base. This is the true base of the frog right here. This here belongs clear up behind the foot at the hairline. This piece right here. There's a little ropey thing right here. This is what is attached to the hairline. This is periopal that should be up behind the foot at the hairline. Like, let's see, like how to draw. Okay, If you were to look at like behind the foot, oh, that's not a very good foot. Like so, here's the hairline. Okay, this little point that's underneath here goes right here. That's how far these bulbs are pulled under, and then the periopal just turns it into a nice, neat little package you don't even know. See, that belongs clear up here. Instead, the frog is here. This part of the frog right here goes clear up here. And right now, it's pulled down clear to here. Right there. So,
And I have noticed that kind of presenting in a few of the back feet,
yeah.
where you can see the frog tissue actually coming back and having that shape come in between the bulbs, and where you can kind of see the difference between the bulb skin and the frog skin, where before it kind of looked like just one jumbled mess.
Yeah. Yeah. And so Elena, one thing I'll tell you is that even though it's contracted now, it'll reverse. Okay?
Yeah.
You'll get it fixed.
I can't really do the soaking because in this temperature, I just can't do it
Oh, you
on the
can't.
horse.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. But your horse isn't lame, and
no,
stuff. And the only
no.
thing we can do a lot of times is just have patience, and see, I know that you'll be able to fix this horse.
Well,
I just,
hopefully.
well, of course, because look at what I did to my horse. I totally trimmed his feet out. I made him pigeon-toed,
Well, I have good results with this rotation that I caused. It's just I really want to discuss at some point with everybody how it happens. For me, it's very important because you see, I didn't have only one case of rotation.
Okay. You mean
Sorry, I just have to
towing
save
in,
my dog. Sorry. Oops.
where they
Because
tow in, get
sorry,
pigeon-toed. So not really rotation in
yeah,
the,
pigeon toed.
yeah.
So turned in.
Yeah, the whole capsule tweaking around towards the inside. But we'll get that figured.
Yeah, and that kind of happened to JD's foot too. And he's been
Yeah, because
exceptionally
I
worse
want to
since moving to
understand. For me,
Alabama.
yeah. For me, it's very important because I have been doing it consistently. So it's a pattern in either how I see the food or how I am holding my body, because I'm a bit crooked because of the all physical work I do. And for me, it's very important because it scares me that I can, inflict it on all the horses, and I have to be extra careful. So for me, it's very important. And I think it will be a very useful for everybody to make sure that it doesn't happen, right?
Yeah.
So I want to understand, like we had a discussion, but I think not on the Zoom, just in a private discussion, which heel is getting trimmed out. You remember which heel is getting trimmed out first, because that's where it's starting probably. Yep. And you remember we were talking that actually I always thought because the run forward heel was the one that is trimmed out more, but then we came to the conclusion that actually it should be the upright heel that gets trimmed out first. So this kind of things, because then when we talk it through, then I can go back and analyze my mistake and kind of go back, and then I can avoid it. And always take, when I trim, then I can really focus my attention to avoid this mistake that I haven't noticed before, Anyway.
Well,
And
you
I'll
see.
go ahead, Linda. Go ahead,
I was
Linda.
just gonna say, you see this foot on here. See, now I did this on all 4 feet, where I trimmed this side. Now I kind of remember us talking about that, but I know for a fact for me, I trimmed the lateral side out more than I did the medial side.
Me
on
too.
all 4 feet.
Me too, because it looked higher.
What?
But the The medial side, is it the left front or the right front?
This here is the left front.
And medial was trimmed out more.
Um,
Okay.
no, the
Lateral.
I trimmed the lateral sides
Okay.
out more on all 4 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the reason is because if you sight down the foot, okay, what happens is if you trim one side out more and that bulb gets pulled down, it will make this side look higher every single time to your eyes. So you will keep taking this side down.
And that's what I did to JD's one
Yeah.
foot too. It'd get higher, so I'd keep trimming it, and I just made the problem worse.
Yeah.
And his foot started turning even more.
Actually, yeah, because see, because look at this heel here. Look how upright this heel is and how this one is aimed that way. And look how this bulb is pulled that direction.
Yeah.
See? And so, let me just do this here. Just a
Hey,
second.
Linda.
Okay, wait a sec. Wait. Let
Okay.
me finish this shot. Hold on. So then it's pushing this way, and then just gradually it starts twisting this direction. Okay. And so then if you're looking at it in front and say this is your lateral side, then all these horn tubules, instead of being straight, they kind of start tweaking over that direction.
And then the
See?
opposite toe quarter gets higher too. I
Yeah.
noticed.
Yeah. See?
And it just keeps pulling the hoof in that direction.
Yeah. Roberta, what were you gonna say? I'm sorry. I had to hold on to my thought,
I'm sorry.
or I was
Could
gonna
you-
lose it.
I understand. I'm the same way. Could you repeat that again? Why the capsule twists?
Okay. So what happens
Please.
is if you trim one heel lower, it's gonna pull this bulb down, which will make this look high, and it makes it look like it's longer. See, this side, you'll look down and it's going to look longer, even if they were the exact same length from here to here. Okay, exact same length. Okay, what'll happen is this side will look longer because it's going to twist the capsule. It's going to twist the capsule to where this side is twisted up. So it's always going to look higher, even though it's not. And so you will wind up taking it down, which then just pulls this bulb down more and pulls it forward more this direction. And so you got all these horn tubules in the side of the foot, okay, that are, they're like they're supposed to be like this, but they start getting at an angle and pushing forward like this, and they'll push forward all the way around over here. So then instead of you having your horn tubules straight like this, okay, instead of that, they're going to get bent around going this way.
And then on notice, they'll throw their foot out to kind of avoid that higher side. And then it just, their weight like torques the hoof even more.
Yeah, the hoof is tweaked. Do you remember last week I showed you that thing I had, that hoof wizard,
Uh-huh.
and how you can twist that because it's shaped just like a foot. You can twist it, and anyway, so this side, you can do it the other side way too. It can happen the other way,
Mm-hmm.
but then you toe out. You might go this way.
Yeah, I've seen that. And then the outer toe quarter is higher.
Yeah,
And so then the whole, like the high heel and the high quarter are opposite each other. So they'll just shift the hoof in that direction, either
Yeah,
out or
see,
in.
see now once you see it, you can see it. Now this whole side's going to look higher. But look at here. Look at how this bulb is actually lower
Yeah.
than this bulb. It kind of doesn't look like it right here, but it is. This
So
is it's
when you
pulled
started
over.
when you started correcting that, did you start trimming the other heel more or just leaving them both?
Well, I took this one down more. I
Yeah.
took this one down about 1/4 of an inch shorter
It,
because, oh, I'll show you. Wait a minute.
even though it was already shorter looking, you still lowered it more?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I did. And I also cleaned out some sole here because another thing that happens is this side the sole is very concave and hollowish,
Uh-huh.
and this side it's built up and thick. And another thing that happens is this side gets narrower in here and this side gets wider.
Real wide. Yeah. I noticed that too.
Elena, are you there?
At this point,
Hello?
Linda,
Yes, I'm here. I'm just
Okay.
looking for a picture to send you. I'm
Okay.
on the phone.
That's not to say a different
Linda.
situation could not be going on or a combination. What's that? Angelique?
yes, at this point, could you please mention a little bit about the inner foot and the equilibrium that the coffin bone has when you have these situations?
Well, I mean, the inner foot, see, we're seeing the inner foot right here.
Because when you have one side longer and the other side is going further forward, the inner foot is afflicted by this new equilibrium
Yeah,
of the capsule.
yeah, your horn tubules aren't going to be coming down where they should to connect your lamina inside and, all that.
And would the coffin bones sit level or would it be like also high on one
That'd
side?
probably be tweaked,
Yeah, that's what I would think
you
too.
know, and yeah, because it tweaks the whole foot. It just kind of twists the whole foot.
Yeah, and I noticed this
know?
issue in this barn I was in. A lot of these horses had this. I'm like, come on, there's got to be something going on when every horse has issues. And Amy's just kind of slowly forced me to take them all.
Yeah.
But at
slowly
first I
forced you to
felt like
take
I
them off.
just had to go back every like 5 weeks and trying to control this toe and just the balance. And I'm just like, but what I will say is after learning some of this, trim some more barn frog and try to open up the capsule, I have noticed, like just yesterday, I went back to trim a couple of her horses, and the feet maintained their shape better. Like I didn't feel a need to like have to hurry up and come back because, the hoof is wanting to do what it was doing before and grow out all funky. I actually came back and they maintained their shape better, and it just seemed like there was more growth and movement out the back of the hoof. So I think a lot of the binding too, it being bound, just kind of shoves like the sole growth and everything up out of the toe, the only direction it can go because the back has been contracted. So I did notice once I opened up some of that, I didn't really have to focus too much on the heels, just kind of making sure that, your toe is file it down a little bit so your quarters don't get high on one side or the other, and then just trimming out the bar and the frog and trying to release some of that compression in the capsule. And then I've noticed more of the growth come out the back and less of it distorting the toe. But the reason why I asked you about it contracting is because like with that one hoof that was clubbed, I sent you pictures, and I think a couple weeks ago I sent you the picture the first time I really trimmed her and got into the bar and the frog, how it opened up and released the hairline. But her toe was kind of still like square at the toe because it kind of like scooped up. So it kind of looked square and the heels were kind of forward. So the hoof kind of looked a little crunched too. And then now I just went and trimmed her again, and her foot looks like it's gotten longer, like longer in the toe, and like the heels have come back. So, but I can't really tell like if it contracted more or not. But when I posted the pictures, because the hoof looks like it looks so much better. I mean, the capsule's not as bent; it's more straight. It doesn't look like it looks like the coffin bone has come down and it's straightened out that toe instead of having that hump coming out the coronet band.
Yeah.
But I did have somebody mention on there that I need to shorten her toes and I need to back up the toe and shorten the heel. And I'm thinking, well, this horse was kind of in a bound state with the coffin bone rotated. So I feel like after talking with you, I need that connection in the toe to help pull that forward. And so I feel like I'm going in the right direction, but I did post those pictures. If you could just look and be like, and if you don't want to do it on here today, I know other people have pictures. You can just send me a message on Messenger. But if you can just look at it and be like, yeah, you're in the right direction, or hey, maybe less here or more here. But the horse is sound. She's jumping. She's not throwing that foot out. She had a lateral heel that was an inch higher than the medial heel, and now they're more balanced. And I've just noticed a lot of that distortion just kind of gone away, and her foot's really opened up and is more like oval shaped, not so like square, I guess you
Yeah.
can say.
No,
So
and all this takes time,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I've only
All
trimmed her
this
3
takes time,
times.
and like you can backslide. You can backslide. You can have setbacks, and you can have things happen depending on the weather, different things like that.
Uh-huh.
And see, the main thing here is that we have patience with ourselves
Uh-huh.
and these horses, and realize that uh, anything about corrective trimming is growth. you know
Yeah.
what you come back to is even more important than what you leave, because it's teaching you stuff about what you did.
Yeah.
you know um so I was gonna try.
Linda, I sent you this rotated or pigeon toed in front right. And that's the stallion that we were looking couple of times, maybe like couple of months ago. So his foot, in terms of the alignment of the tubules, looks very different now, I would say. I think this one is from October. Or maybe no, it's from April. It was from April 2004. This one is from October 2004. But I already drew on it. I didn't have time to delete it.
2004 or 24.
Yeah, 2024. Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah. I'm very bad with numbers. Have number dyslexia. I don't know how to survive. I think I sent you 3 pictures, and then the January one is the last one, I think. No, this one is April, then October, and the third one is now. Yeah, this one. So he's straightening up,
Yeah,
even,
they do look better.
and the hairline is almost on the same level. So it seems sometimes it looks really ugly, but I think and he's moving much better.
It's funny, from the bottom, the medial would look like the short side and the lateral high, but then when you put the foot down, the medial is high and jammed in the cornet and
The
shorter
medial,
on the
yeah,
lateral.
the medial is run forward and the lateral is upright in terms of the heels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just funny how it'll look different from the bottom than once you put the
Yeah.
foot down. You know what I mean? It's like
Yes, yes,
opposite.
yes. Yeah. Oops. Oh. But I'm glad somebody else is experiencing it because we can talk about it and get to the golden truth, you know?
Yeah, and almost like how you would correct these is almost opposite than what you would think. And when I started noticing this happening like years ago, it was just kind of like I come back and search the web if anybody had experienced it, and I couldn't find anything on it. And so I just kind of like try to do my best and pick my brain and try to keep him balanced the best I could. And this was his bad foot anyways. And then now having this issue, I think by me trying to over trim him to make him better because he's always been lame on that foot, I actually created this problem, which made it worse. And he's made me crazy. Like, anyways, it's been awful. But now coming back here and having people talk about this in the back of the hoof and all that, it's like, finally,
Yeah,
finally, I
because
might be able to fix this.
that's how I found Linda, because I had a 1-year-old and I created really bad thing and I trimmed out periopal and then the whole thing really twisted and I had to call a farrier to put a shoe on because I had no idea what to do. Like
So he
literally no idea.
he twisted more after you removed the periopal?
Yes, because I can share to you the pictures if you're interested, and I just can send to you
Yeah,
what
that'd be great.
I did to him. And I'm happy to also share what I did to the stallion
Yeah.
to make it a little bit better.
Did you
Yeah.
trim the frog and the bars at the same time when you trimmed the periopal, or you just trimmed the periopal back from the?
Oh, when there were this almost 2 years old one. I remember it was when Linda started to experiment with trimming periopal.
Uh-huh.
And then I didn't realize that he didn't have real heels. He had really bound, tall, can-like feet with a really huge false concavity.
Uh-huh.
And what I did, I destabilized by taking away periopal. I completely destabilized the hoof that didn't have the real heels or sole in it.
Yeah, see, I have to be careful with that with my horse because he's
Yeah.
been so bound for so long. His periopal growed all the way up to like the tip of what I thought was his heel. And his buttresses were completely bound into his capsule where he just has sidewall and it's very thin. I almost think the periopal was so tight that it's almost cut off blood circulation because getting any heel on the back of his foot has been like impossible for as long as I've had him. And I've noticed trimming some of that periopal out to open it up, but I got to be careful because it's so thin back there that I've noticed it almost wanting to crumble. So I had to like leave it alone so that I don't crumble away what height I do have. But the good part is I've noticed, or at least I'm hoping, maybe it's just my eye playing tricks on me, but it looks like I have like a fatter growth. Like there was almost this deep indented ridge that's starting to come out of the periopal, like the hairline, almost like where I think the band was really tight and I released it a little bit. And then now there's almost like this fat, thicker hoof wall that looks like it's coming out back there. So I'm praying that I have released some of that and I'm allowing the buttress to try to come in now that the periopal's not there, suffocating the back of the hoof. But we'll see. Only time will tell.
Yeah. I think we just need, I always think about the real soul and the seed of corn. So, because
Yeah.
that has to be there. If it's not there, it just, nothing is holding the foot.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, and I've actually seen that to be false too, where you'd see, okay, there's the seed of the corn, it's clean, but then you trim a little bit more and you're like, oh wow, I actually have bar that's grown up and smashed over. And then when you remove that, you can actually back up that area even more where that bar, where like the hook could grow
yeah,
and curl over, and then
yeah,
your bar is just like smashed and disappeared into your sole. And then you just kind of scribe that area more and more. And then you're like, okay, there's your bar, there's the lamina line. and then trim that down, and then realize that, wow, you had all this actually smashed over. It's no wonder why the heel buttress can't grow back there. But what it looked like, the seed of the corn was clean out, but it was really just sidewall. So I'm starting to find where like that whole part of his hoof has been completely just smashed and hidden by false sole and sidewall that, because he was trying to build his own false heels this whole time. So
Yeah. Linda disappeared somewhere, I think.
Girls, could you post some of what we are discussing on your pages so we can see some of these things?
Yeah,
I,
sure.
I think
when
you have
when you
photos
say on our pages, do you mean on
in
the
the group. In the group.
In the group,
Okay. Yeah, I've been wanting to wash JD's feet and get another updated picture so that, because before all I had was like, here's his feet and then here's his feet after a trim. But now I have a second trim, and then now I'm not touching him. I'm trying to do what Linda said, just let it grow. And like that fat part of the buttress that's coming in, I'm really praying that he'll get a little bit more growth where I can see that better, instead of just like feeling it and barely see it, but get his foot clean and actually see it enough to get a picture of it. So I plan on doing that probably around the end of March. So I haven't really touched his hoof wall at all. However, he does try to want to like build up that toe. And if I let it build up, then he'll be like negative in the weight on his heels, and it'll try to wear out what little heel I have. So I just try to keep the toe down. But I have noticed his foot even getting more longer from toe to heel, you know what I mean? Um, but yeah, just trying to leave it so it can just grow, and just kind of focusing on keeping the bar and the frogs clean. So yeah.
I mean, they can change so much from trim to trim.
Yeah.
I agree.
And it's so interesting to see how you develop your strategy on trimming.
Uh-huh.
And
And I'm having to change my strategy, Angeliki, because after coming back here, I've realized that like I've lived in Washington State my whole life, and even though he's been off on this foot since as long as I've had him, it's never been a huge issue. Like he'll be like a little off, but he's never been lame, just kind of like a little off on that foot, especially like when he's trotting. But in Washington, you're always battling the mud and the feet always being wet. So his foot's always been able to stay expanded. And I've been in Alabama almost 3 years now, and it is so much more dry here. And like the horses I'm trimming now for people is like the opposite problem of what I was dealing with in Washington. Like in Washington, everybody's horses were expanded. I'd have more people bringing me horses that had like platter feet. So would have to trim them to try to tighten them back up. And now I'm here in Alabama, and now everybody's more bound, which is not something that I've had to deal with as much. So I'm just like, what is going on? And then, coming here and learning this whole back of the foot and how to remove frog and periopal and bars to unbind these feet is new for me, because it's not something I ever really had to do. But thank God, because here I'm looking at my horse getting more and more lame, not really realizing that this dry weather has bound him up so tight on his already contracted hoof that has made him so lame that now I'm like, oh my God, am I gonna have to put him down? That like, this is, what do I do? And then finding this, I'm like, oh my gosh, this makes sense. Let's trim all this out, because he's just more bound. And he's moving a little better sometimes, and then sometimes he's a little off, but he's not worse. So that's good. So
well,
I'm
the
just
more we
praying.
know, the better it is for our horses.
Yeah, and we had a bunch of rain here. And so like with what Linda says, we did finally get a bunch of rain, and I noticed like all of a sudden his heel bulbs just looking huge and fat and just like popped up out of the back of his hoof. And like every time I trim it, it just keeps popping up, and I'm just like, wow, it's starting to slow down now. I didn't realize how much frog and bar and everything was just compressed into his capsule, and it's all
You see,
coming out. So,
yeah,
yeah.
you see, Well, they change everything in their hoofs as long as we keep trimming to anatomical correct positions.
Yeah.
And
With
they
him, I
get,
just need heel. I need his true heel and to get him at a higher angle in the back of his foot. And so I'm praying for that.
well, we all pray for this. Ah. But to me, the most amazing thing is that they get so much volume when you start correcting these hooves. I
Yeah.
mean, I was used to see horses with very small, tiny hooves, and now I see hooves getting volume and getting bigger and larger. And this is a huge difference.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was wondered with my last post. There was a girl on there telling me that, that she's been following Linda since the beginning and blah blah blah, and that I need to take this horse's heels down and I need to take this horse's toe back. And I'm like, well, how long is it since you've been watching? Because I feel like some of the new stuff we've been looking at is more like leaving the heel, even if it's a little higher than 2 inches, and protecting that toe as we're unbinding these hooves. And I did lower this mare's heel some because she's kind of like clubby, but you could tell by looking in this foot that the coffin bone had been shoved up because of the way she had like a bump at her coronet band. So, and that straightened out. I just feel like if I would have lowered her heels too much and then chopped her toe back, I would have just
You'd have hurt her.
I would have caused her, hurt her
Yeah.
and caused her to be more bound. And if I shortened her toe, if you see the side view, if I shorten her toe, all I'm going to do is leave her sidewall in the
Yeah.
quarters longer than the toe. So it's not ready. And I tried to explain that to her, and she just kept wanting to, I don't know, like I try to be as nice as possible and just be like, no. And I'm like, okay, well, thank you for your comments, but whatever.
Okay. Okay, I have something I want to explain that I just saw. All right. So, Devin, I'll have
Yeah.
to say you helped with this. Okay. A little while ago, when we were looking at these feet, you said the medial toe looked high. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, got to thinking about that. And okay, so now with Elena, that that picture of that, okay, something come together for me. Because you guys see when we get together like this and we share and people observe things or they have problems, we're coming to a greater understanding together of what is going on. And so okay, so keep in mind that not only does this heel get more trimmed out, and then because you're trimming the strength of the heel out, the heel buttress, okay, that's what stabilizes the hoof wall. So therefore, it starts to get pushed forward. When it pushes forward, it pulls the bulb down. Okay. Now, I know that I was talking about how well if this is going to, just a minute here, if this is going to bend this heel, like look how upright this one is. Okay. And then look at this one. See there?
Mm-hmm.
So this gets pushed forward. Well, it's going to push the horn tubule next to it, which is going to push the horn tubule next to that. And eventually it's going to push them all forward around this way to where it's going to get to right here.
Uh-huh.
And so it's going to, instead of being straight, okay, these horn tubules over here are eventually going to tweak around and push this one slightly over. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's going to be twisting the capsule. Now, when this heel goes forward here, it pushes this side outward as well. So you wind up with the asymmetrical foot that is wider out here and narrower over here. So one thing that's going to happen is when it pushes this over this way, it's going to also pull this wall in this way. So you get hollow sole here, and you get thicker sole here. And so, okay. So now we're headed towards this comment you made about how this toe seems to be higher.
Oh, and Linda, real quick, I just wanted to throw in on JD. I would notice just back in the heel buttress, on the heel that I thought was shorter, which would be the medial heel, that there would almost be like no sole in there. And it would almost like that whole side would be higher. So then the toe quarter, the opposite of the short heel would be higher.
Okay.
So I always thought that high toe was pushing all the weight on the short heel,
Okay.
smashing it down and just making the problem worse.
Okay. 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 Now, okay. So now, I'm going to finish just describing what's going on here, and I could be wrong. Okay. But this has to do, what I'm trying to do, what I want to do is try and figure out, like what Elena was talking about, why is this happening to her horse? And specifically, what I want to look at here is this deal here. Just a second. Oh, God. Got to go back to pictures of her horse. So remember, high inside toe, trimmed out heel here, wall pushing out, horn tubules pushing around, pushing over this side of the toe, getting high. Okay, because see, I did not notice in these pictures really that side of the toe was high. So, okay, when that side of the toe gets high, what happens? Just a minute here.
Can you, Linda, show which side of the toe you're talking about?
It would be the medial, this side.
Oh, no, on your picture. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
on my picture.
Yeah, on your
Yeah, the
picture
medial.
and on my
Yeah.
picture.
Okay.
Okay, that irregardless of which, whether it's the right, left, whatever, it's the
This is the
medial toe.
front.
Yeah,
This is the
so
front, right.
you can
Yeah.
see here, I can see because of the dropped hairline, because I noticed this too, whenever you look at these feet, the hairline will be dropped on the side where you've been trimming the heel out a little bit. That's looking higher every time, so you're trimming it out a little more. But another thing that's happening is, just a minute here, is,
But when you look at this foot, you're talking about the medial side, which is your, when I look at
right
the picture,
here.
this is the right side. Yes, this is the heel that you say trimmed
No.
out more.
Nope.
No,
It's
that's the one
this heel
left.
here. This heel here.
This
on
heel
this
is
side.
lateral heel and it's more upright.
Well,
This is-
irregardless.
Yeah.
Irregardless, let me finish
Okay.
this, and then we'll go back around that and look at some things, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Just let me finish this line of reasoning, and then we can go back and discuss odds and ends. So when you this would happen irregardless. Okay, just because of the mechanics and structure of the foot. You're trimming this heel out more. You're taking away the stability. And so the horn tubules that are at a certain angle, okay, when that heel pushes forward, they're going to push forward a little like this. All the way. Then it's eventually it's going to go boom, 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 pushing a little more. You got one here that's like this. Eventually it's going to push it over, say that much, which eventually is going to get over here, push a little bit that way. Now, remember, in the very center of the foot, the very longest horn tubules are right in the center, right here. The longest being right in the center, right here. Okay, so when that gets shoved over this way and starts pushing these over this way, it's going to shove over clear into here to where you don't realize it. But this whole area here is not only going to wind up being left a little bit longer than it should be, but because when these horn tubules shove over that way, it makes it longer and higher here in this whole area right here. And so let me undo this. Gradually, what happens is because this area, all in here, winds up being very soon after the trim, even if you have it almost perfectly level, okay, winds up being higher. And so what happens is then the foot, to compensate, the wall starts jamming up like this, little bit at a time.
And that's why the hairline's higher on that side.
Yeah, the hairline, and look at the growth ring.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Just a minute here. I'm looking for a pin.
Yeah, and then sometimes you'd almost think to like shave that flare off a little bit towards the bottom, but then you just weaken the hoof wall and it flares more.
Yeah. Yeah, see how the growth rings over time? Not only did the hairline rise, okay, but the growth rings are all uneven too and unsymmetrical because you didn't know that over time you were leaving this high. Do you see what I'm saying? Now,
Yeah.
if the other one is more upright, let's see, do you have a picture of that? You're saying that this heel is more upright than this heel over here? Elena, are you there?
No, I just muted you. Yes, the
Oh,
first
okay.
heel that yeah, you're correct. The one on the left side of the picture is the lateral, more upright heel, and the medial heel is run forward. Yeah.
Okay. Well, here's another thing you don't see that's different on this foot than first of all, you've got such an extreme jamming going on here, more than what you usually see, that it has managed to flare this side out. Okay, usually what happens is you'll see this side flared. All right, but because this is so extreme, in this case, this side has flared and pulled this heel forward. So it's not the norm. Okay, at first it would have been this side run forward over here, but over time, as this just kept getting more and more and more jammed up, and then it flared out, it pulled this heel forward. Do you understand? Because
Yes.
this is unusually high and jammed up over on this side.
But the thing is, you see his upright heel, it wasn't run forward. The tubules were perfect.
It's probably because that side is high. Like on my horse, the side that I thought that was high, siding down, which was his lateral heel, I was trimming tons out of that side from his sole view. And now I'm starting to kind of understand this, but I thought that was the high side. So I was rasping it all down to make it level with the medial side so that he looked balanced from my point of view. So then when you put the hoof down, it definitely from the ground view, the horn tubules look straighter because they weren't jammed or bent, right? So they looked like a healthier side, even though they were somewhat run forward. Now that I'm looking at his feet closer, and then he's got the same thing on the medial where there's a flare at that toe, and it almost there's a curve in the hoof from the hairline to the toe, that it's like it's bent a little bit and jammed in his hairline. And I always thought from looking at him too that his high heel, the lateral heel, was more upright and the medial was run forward because of the way that it was smashed. And but now that we've been looking at this balance, now when I look at his feet, I can see where like it definitely looks straighter and stronger but it is kind of forward and flared out. And then the medial heel of what I thought was run forward is actually just kind of like smashed down. But if I look at the way where his heel buttresses should be lining up with the heel bulb, the short medial heel, the bulb just above it is higher up in the hairline, and my other bulb is dropped. So looking at it, you would almost think that the short side was run forward. But now that I could read the whole back part of the hoof, I could see where it actually is the higher upright lateral heel is run forward, and the smash short heel is actually straighter, if that makes sense.
That's the same.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sometimes I
I'm,
get
I'm
lost, I'm
lost.
telling you.
I'm
I can
also
see why
lost.
people would get lost when I tell stuff too.
And I
You
think
know?
it's lost because it looks so different from the ground view. The medial
Yeah.
looks higher and the lateral looks shorter, but from
Yeah.
the sole view, the lateral looks higher and the medial looks shorter. But like kind of like you said, that the hoof is just bent, everything's jammed up on the one side. So
Can you send that other picture? Because I didn't get the other picture.
The last one.
All I
Wait.
got is this picture and that picture. And so I
Yeah.
need to ask you again, what is this more recent?
No,
Here?
these are the old ones. These
The
are the
old one.
old ones. Yeah.
Okay, and what's this one here?
This, wait, let me, oop, wait, this is also, the two ones are the old ones.
Okay, so I didn't get
I
the
will send you, oh God, it's so complicated.
that one looks better.
what's the date on is this one older than, is this here the oldest one here? And
I
then
wrote, wait a second, maybe I'll just go into the message. So the first one, like I sent you 3 pictures, and this one that you show is from April 2024.
Okay.
And the one that has blue marks, this one is from October 2024. Okay. And then I will resend you this one. And the last one I sent you should be now.
Oh, wow, that looks better.
Well, that's improved a lot.
Yeah, if that's the same hoof.
Well, you can still see the lines though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because this happens to us a lot. We'll look at something and go, well, that don't look too bad. And then you get to looking and you go, oh, wait, I didn't see this, And so let's
but the hairline
enlarge
improved.
it. It's looking a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See?
And I know I was notching a lot.
Yeah. Well, this looks a lot better. First of all, a lot of the flare is gone. The hairline is smoother here. So I think, and look, the horn tubules are straighter, but what I said about how this area, when this heel is getting trimmed out, irregardless, when all these horn tubules are going over in this direction.
Which one? I see what you show.
Yeah, eventually this can get high without us realizing it, and very gradually just starts creeping up to push this hairline up.
You don't share, Linda.
Oh, sorry. Harry, where am I? Gosh, blessed. I'm lost. Let's see, share. This one here. Okay.
Which one?
This looks a lot better. Are we on the right one?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so again, it started over here. Okay. It starts over here. Okay, but you really had some extreme jamming here on this one side.
It was very scary.
Yeah. And eventually, go a freaking way. Okay. And eventually it jammed up so much it started really flaring out. Well, if it pulls out down here, it's going to pull this heel over here forward too. See? It could wind up pulling that heel more forward than this one, to where this would look like the upright heel, and that could be the more run forward heel, because this whole area here on these other pictures was so flared. See, let's
But
go
you see,
back.
this is the more run forward side. That's what I want to understand. You're talking that the upright side, which is here, is the left, on the left, pushed the tubules and then pulled the opposite heel forward. So I'm trying to follow your thought, and
Okay.
it makes sense. But at the same time, we need then to talk about, we need to come back to what happens with the heel itself, forgetting about the tubules when that heel got
Well, then we need
trimmed
to look
out
at the
first.
heel.
Yeah.
Where's the pictures of the heel?
Oh God, I need to find them.
Oh my God.
I wasn't prepared for this discussion.
This is a great discussion though, because this is one of the hardest imbalances that I have seen to
For
correct.
me, yeah. Okay. Wait, I need to see. It's 2003. August.
Let's see here.
August.
I had to just almost get over the balance of the sole view and pull it forward and measure these horn tubules and just make sure that they were balanced when they had their foot flat on the ground.
Yeah, but the thing about it is you have to read this hairline and the growth rings at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And then understand, how did a growth ring, just a minute, get so that instead of being like this, okay, it's like this. See?
Yeah.
How does that happen? I mean, I know how it happens.
And I think one thing that helps with that too is, you know how these hooves tend to toe in, right? And that lateral heel seems to be higher, or at least looks like it. It almost seems like they twist their foot. And when I've seen like
Well,
my
they do,
horse,
yeah.
yeah, and some others, like the way that they stand, all the weight is on that toe that is curving up and crunching up. If you see the way they're standing, it's like all the weight is pushed onto that toe.
Okay, so one thing that happens is this, that when you look at the foot, you're trimming it to look like it's like this. And you're looking at the heels like they're like that. Okay? But what has really happened is they're not like that. Their one heel is here and one heel is back here. So when this heel lands first, and what happens? It flips a foot over this way.
Mm-hmm.
See? And so your breakover is over to the side here. Well, what's that do? That pulls the wall. That's going to pull your wall, just like, your fingernail. It's going to pull the wall in that direction so that you have this flare here, right here. So a lot of things are happening to this part of the foot right here. Because you're not landing even like you think. But see, we pick up these feet and we look at them. See, there's just so many things going on. We look at them as if this heel here is back here and these are even, and this horse is landing evenly on his heels. See?
Mm-hmm.
Because if he landed evenly on his heels, he's going to break over where?
Right
Right here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay? You don't know that one heel's been trimmed out, and you're actually looking at the foot a foot that is like this, but you're holding it like it's a normal foot, and you think you're looking down the center, but you're actually looking over here. See?
Mm-hmm.
And so you keep trimming the foot like it's normal for a long time. Meanwhile, it's landing on this heel first. It's breaking over here, not in the center. See? And so what's it doing? It's pulling this out and causing it to flare. It's jamming it up at the same time because you're leaving it long and high. And
It's
eventually it rises up like that because see, you can see that this is also a little flared out there.
it's the
Just
diagonal effect from
yeah,
it's the high heel. You land on that, and then diagonally across is where all the weight gets shoved, like
it's
you
got to
said.
be Janet.
Oh, of course it is. It's a physics. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
it's got
so
to be Janet.
when I first do some amazing gymnastics when I have the horse in the aisleway and I bend over and I'm taking pictures, looking at the heels before I trim. Who's high, who's run forward, who's what, where, when. Once I figure out where the high heel is, if the foot is imbalanced, okay, if I'm lucky they're not and it's a nice, they're level, that would be lovely, but usually not.
Mhm.
I find the high heel. And then I'm like, I know without even looking, when I pick that foot up, the diagonal toe, the opposite diagonal toe, it's going to be stretched, it's going to be long, and it's going to need to be, taken back and shortened because all your weight, when you land that way, it's like you said, your breakover skewed.
Mhm.
So now I don't even pick the foot up and look at it the old way. Literally, I don't. I just don't anymore. I don't let myself get confused. I look at the feet on the floor. And then I trim based on that. And then when I'm all done, I will look at my growth rings. I draw my growth rings on the hoof. I look at them when I'm all done to make sure I've done it right. And then I will pick the foot up just to do a general look-see on the balance of the front part of the foot. Make sure the toe quarters are a little bit, they look good. I have stopped looking at the hoof the old way, picking it up and looking down and sighting down. I don't even do it anymore.
Yeah,
I just
yeah,
gave it.
I think
I'm
that's
like,
good.
I gave it up. I'm like, it gets you in too much trouble mentally because everything's reversed.
Yeah,
You can
Yeah,
tell yourself when
you're
you pick it up, it's reversed, and you can do that fine. But I just stopped doing it. I just stopped picking it up and looking at it that way.
Yeah, because
and
otherwise you're trimming it the opposite way. Yeah, kind of
Right,
me too. I kind of had to do the same thing, but still focusing on more of the bar and frog and
right.
unjamming the back of that part of the hoof just kind of allowed it to almost want to shift back. Because I did find too from the top, if you back up and over trim that flared toe, you weaken the strength of the hoof wall and it'll want to flare more, and then the sole just kind of wants to bulge out that way.
Well, you'll notice too, though, on that side that's diagonal from the high heel, when you pick it up before you trim and it's blown out, you'll see it's very round in the toe quarters.
Mm-hmm.
It's a round foot versus your more oval slash spade, depending on who you're looking at. And you'll see that your high side has a much better shape in the toe quarter.
Yeah, and I
And
also
you're going to
noticed
see
that
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 right away
medial
as soon as you
though.
pick it up.
Yeah, and the medial almost has thinner hoof wall. Like you got nice thick hoof wall on the
Is
lateral and the
medial or high
medial.
side? I forgot. I got lost.
No, the medial would be, well, the medial would be the high side from the ground view, but
Okay.
would look like the short side from the sole view. So if you're looking at the sole, the medial usually has a thinner hoof wall, or at least it does on my horse. That whole side is thinner hoof wall. And I think it's because if you think about the way the coronet band and the blood supply, if your hoof wall is all jammed up into the coronet band, all that jamming, creating that pressure could be cutting off blood supply, causing that side to, I don't know, maybe grow
Well,
Well,
a
I
have,
have a
thinner, weaker
different
hoof
view
wall.
on that. I have a different view on that. I think the wall is thin on the side that is more run forward simply because of the distribution of the tubules.
it's also going to be stretched. You'll probably have a stretched white line
Yeah,
on the run
and it
forward
will be
side where it's
crumbly.
flared. Yeah.
Yeah. Like for me, I look at it more like everything in the hoof is a certain number of tubules, certain number, like we have cells and stuff, or tension, doesn't matter. And it's simple, like redistribution is wrong. And we basically need to distribute it evenly, right?
I lost the
So
picture,
when
Linda.
I know, I'm going to put it back here in a minute.
Oh.
sorry.
I'm going to look at the heels. I'm getting the heels here.
Yeah, so, it's so disturbing because we all were taught to sight down the hoof, which gets us all in trouble. Because you're sighting down the foot, thinking you're looking down the straight foot, but you're looking down a twisted foot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what farriers have been doing for centuries. You know how
Right.
they always want sight down the foot, and they always have these distorted feet, you know?
So, one of the first things you have to do, like I taught myself, is forget almost everything you were ever trained on hoof trimming. Just forget it. Step
Yeah.
one. Relearn, step two. But how we pick these feet up and view them, I think, is still getting us into trouble, a lot of us, because we're still, unfortunately, doing it the old way.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's a good point. Yep.
We're doing it the old way. The old way is not correct. We got to stop doing it. We got to start figuring out a new way to look at these hooves so that we don't get into this predicament where we think the high one is, the short one, and the run forward one is, the long one, and all sorts of stuff. We've got to figure this out and figure out a new way to tell people to look at these hooves so that they're not sighting it down and getting right back into the old rut of what we've always done wrong.
And somebody had posted a picture of this in like a drawn out view on one of the posts on here.
Oh, you mean the one where it showed you the high, low, high, that picture?
Yes, and it was just like stick drawing.
I know, I love that one. I repost it every once in a while.
I did too. I'm trying to, I think I saved the picture and I'm like, that makes such perfect sense. And it's like, kind of like trying to, well, kind of like what Linda says, you still want to trim the shorter side, I guess, because it's the one that's jammed, but not like too much. I don't know. It's so confusing, but trimming the hoof basically opposite of what you would think. You would think trim the high side down, but that bulb is actually
But you
dropped.
got to figure out, okay, which one really is your high side?
Yeah, and it's like if you think about it, the higher side, is going to be, and you want your heel bulbs high, right? So we haven't been trimming the side we thought was short, and it's even straighter, whether it looks straight or run forward, but the heel bulb is pushed up. You know what I mean? So that other side has been over trimmed and that heel bulb has been pulled down. So that's where it's like definitely leave that side high to help push that hairline back up and balance out the
I
hoof.
just try to get my inner foot level when the foot lands, is how I think of it. So I may have a run forward heel, I may have an upright heel, but what I want to end up with is a foot that when it lands on the floor of the capsule is letting the inner foot land level with the ground in the back.
Yeah.
You don't want your foot like you're walking around on your foot like you have a bad, you have a blister and you're walking on one side of your foot. You want your inner foot to land flat. So you've got to
Linda, these are the old pictures from October.
Okay.
So
What's this one?
I send you some old ones because you can really see how different the sole is.
Okay.
I mean, look at the growth rings on the back up a minute. Back up, back up. Back up.
I will. Wait.
That was great.
Well, I have
Hold on.
many
Hold on, I've
pictures
got
of the
lost
same
here.
view. Like I was taking every 2 weeks, I think I have.
I've been trimming so much to my growth lines and letting them tell me where the foot is imbalanced and learning to read vertical, my tubules going down, and what you've got drawn on there. When I get done with a hoof, it looks like a child was let loose with a magic marker.
That's good.
Oh no,
That's
people
great.
are so used to it now. They're like, "What? Are you playing tic-tac-toe on there?" I'm like, "No."
Yeah, yeah, really. That's
But I've got
awesome.
my vertical lines. I've picked a couple of my horizontal lines. more towards the ground, one in the middle, and I start really looking at what that foot's doing as it's coming closer to the ground in my horizontal lines. And I started paying attention to them more and trimming more to what I see there. And I have untwisted feet and done so much more that way than just doing our mapping measurements and, doing that. But like you said, reading the hoof. We've got to learn to read what's presented to us.
Linda, I found that drawing. I sent it to you if you want to look at it, that kind of somebody had posted on the same situation of a hoof.
Right.
And anyways, I
saved
found
all
it.
those pictures. I have a whole section
Okay.
on my computer of them I just pull up.
Just a minute here. Was this
Now
the
we can
foot
play
you wanted to
tic-tac-toe.
look at?
Yes, we can play tic-tac-toe now. But
Okay.
this is what my hoofs look like, kind of, except it's all in black magic marker usually. But this is
Okay.
what my hooves look like when I'm done with them.
The hoof wall grid
The hoof wall grid. No, but
tells
really,
you a
you
lot.
see all these lines and you stand back and your brain can so process what's going on.
Who knew we could play a game with it?
We
Yes.
could.
But if I looked at this hoof, I would know what to do immediately from the bottom. Just looking at this hoof now, I would know what I got to do to straighten it out.
What would you do?
Huh?
What would you do?
With me, I would. Okay, so we've got a high heel and a run forward heel. The foot's not landing flat. It depends on how bad it is. If there's a big difference,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not my horse.
Okay, but except, and I understand what Elena is saying. Hers is kind of presenting an opposite picture as far as the heels. The one that is run forward is the opposite of what we usually think, or at least that's what it's presenting when you look at it. Because here, let me right, Elena? It's being confused contrary. It's being a contrary foot.
Wait a second. I just
Where's
Okay,
it?
so
yeah.
okay,
But-
so here's the medial, and
Right.
look, it looks more run forward than
Yeah,
the lateral.
Lateral, I a little bit opened already on this side, so it's confusing. You see,
Oh,
I
okay.
took it out.
How about
What's this
that?
picture?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
So
So
look how wide the bulbs are. First of all, look how wide the foot is from the center to the left and the center to the right.
aha, yeah, all right.
Okay, divide that foot in half and you're
Here,
going to
just a
see the
second.
left side's wider than the right.
Uh-huh.
Step one.
Okay. Okay. That's the second here. I need to annotate.
I can't do
See,
it yet.
and there's less sole. See how there's less sole on the medial side? See, that's how my horse JD is. And I always thought that the little medial heel was run forward too. But once I analyzed the back of the hoof, I could see that
You get there you
from
go.
the heel buttress to the hairline, it was actually straighter, and my lateral heel was flared and bent out, not necessarily
I don't know
forward, but
which
almost bent
I
out.
don't know which medial or right. I'm just going to go right and left on this picture right now. So
I
you're
think
right,
it's the back. Yeah.
the right hairline, the right side.
Yeah, that would be the medial heel, correct?
Whatever.
Right
So
side.
yeah, she's drawn. Now go to the other side, and you can see how much higher the hairline's going to be on that side.
Mm-hmm.
When you,
They're pretty
It-
close.
Well,
no,
see,
it's hard with the hair.
see, look at the distance from here
Right.
to here.
Right. Look at the difference in the
Okay.
distance.
Okay. This, irregardless of how these are showing, which they don't just, irregardless, look at this distance here,
Right.
how it's different. Okay. And we know that this isn't just the picture, because look at this. See how this one is more
Right.
up. This one really
I
is.
just really appreciate this discussion, but after we finish, can I just tell everybody my line of thought?
Sure.
Maybe, yeah, okay, cool.
Sure. Because what we're probably going to find happening is we're going to find a mixture of things, and then we'll figure out what's really going on.
Yeah.
Okay. So to me, I'm with Janet that this side, irregardless of whether this one looks more upright, okay, is that this heel is pulling this bulb over and forward.
Uh-huh.
See, because see the difference in size here. And look here. See, this one is, if this is narrower, this
It's
side
more
is
steep.
narrower and this side is wider.
Correct. So that is the first clue on what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, so so even though we're looking at this heel here and it may look more upright, or well,
No.
this one may look more
Look more
upright to
upright.
you. Okay, you have to look at this whole thing here, this whole area, and the whole side of the foot here, not just this part, which it's like what I was telling you earlier when I was looking at heels and when I would sight the foot, I would look at the sole here that looked really wide, when in reality, my actual heel was clear into here. But because I would look at the sole there, it looked wider.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
The whole
anyway,
foot is wider on the left side. The
over
sole
here.
is wider. The frog is wider. The heel bulbs are wider. Everything's wider on that side.
Yep.
So that
Yep.
tells me right there what I need to know on who's what.
That's great.
I mean, that's just how my brain looks at it now. Like,
Mhm.
what side of the foot is the widest in all of the basic parameters? And that gives me who's high and who's more run forward. I love it when I pick a foot up and it's the same on both sides. It doesn't
Oh
happen.
yeah, no kidding.
I'm like, oh, thank God, one that's not totally screwed up.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Now, see, even though like I've been talking about this stuff, you come back at me with an automatic thing that you're doing, and like that just enlarged my understanding as to what to look at as
What?
well. Look at
I
everything.
got it
It's
from
all
you.
wider on that side. This is going on, so that we're not just looking at whether this heel corner is upright, whether it's just like this or it's like that.
Right. I
Okay.
don't look at the heels per se because they're very deceptive. I look at the whole foot.
Okay. That makes sense.
So
Yeah,
you
and
want us to look at the whole foot. So I look at the whole foot.
yeah, and once I looked at the whole hoof, that's when I realized, okay, that the heel on the left is actually the one that's flaring. The heel bulb is pulled down and out. The other side that I thought was shorter is actually straighter. The heel bulb is more upright. So I'm trimming out the other side, increasing this. But I also noticed that flare, the left heel, they'll kind of shove that heel out, and then the opposite toe quarter kind of toes in.
Well,
That whole side just kind of crunches in.
Everybody disappeared.
Is
yeah,
this
and
what
this
we
is the
saw?
side that had the high thingamajig.
Yeah, I
Wow.
mean, like from the sole view, it looks lower, but from the ground view, it's definitely the side that's flared and
Mm-hmm.
jammed. But because it looks shorter, it's not getting trimmed, but the whole other side's getting trimmed because it looks higher, and the whole inner side is just jamming and pushing up in the cornet band, so it looks shorter from the sole view, where the rest of it's all coming out.
Wait, when you
Yeah.
know that picture that had the tic-tac-toe on it, is that this foot?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you put that picture back,
Let's see.
let me think.
I'll put it back.
So what foot is this so I can do it in my head? Right front? What are we doing?
Right front. Right front.
Okay, so right front. I have to
Yeah.
position myself on my horse holding the right front to get this right in my head. Okay, I'm good. So the
Sorry,
middle-
may I
So-
say something?
Sure.
Okay.
why is
When
there
we
a
first,
tail in this one?
Sorry?
Why is there a tail in this picture?
Tail.
Tail.
Oh,
Horse's
well, it's
tail.
way back there.
That
Oh,
looks
I
like
thought it
the
was.
butt of another horse.
We're looking
Oh.
at it. We're
That's
looking
a
at
little foal.
we just
Never
can't
mind.
see his back legs.
Okay, I was like, why are we?
Yeah, this
Never
horse has no back legs.
mind.
It's a special
Okay.
breed
Yeah.
from over there.
okay, girls. When we start talking about these deformities of the hoofs, we started talking about it with the inner foot in our minds. Do you remember, Linda?
Mm-hmm.
When one part was lower than the other.
Yeah.
So it affected the inner foot. So we were drawing from the front side, like this one photo.
Mm-hmm.
We were drawing the inner foot, how it stands. Do you remember?
Yeah. Yeah.
It was not right vertically on the ground,
I think we
the
lost
inner
it.
foot. So one part of the hoof was red. We talked about it very long, if you remember, how to correct this kind of problem.
I'm kind of remembering, yeah.
And we were drawing how the coffin bone would stand, because the half part of the hoof was pushing up.
Well, but in the back, yeah, because it's gonna, the way the coffin bone would be in the back. Well, the bone of the foot is gonna be tweaked as well, you know,
Exactly.
and stuff like that.
Yes. So we had to correct it according to the inner foot.
Well,
And that's
to a
why,
degree.
like what you're saying, Angelique, I think that's why I've seen this issue get better after removing more bar and frog, because I think sometimes too when it's
Oh yeah,
contracted,
okay.
it's
I see what you're
shoving
saying now.
everything forward.
Yeah.
So because I've definitely noticed less distortion in the toe and everything just by opening the back, because that one we're over trimming is pulling that heel bulb down and pulling that foot,
Oh
distorting
yeah.
that part of the foot.
Yeah,
So
I see
opening it
what you're
up,
saying now.
yeah, kind of helps.
But
Open the back of the hoof helps stop this
Yeah.
in a
But
ways too.
I'm referring to the way this hoof should look from the inner side.
Yeah, well, that's why we're dealing with it from looking at the outer part, how that's not like it. Like if we were looking, if we're looking at the inner foot,
Linda, could you
okay,
please
inner foot
draw
would be like this.
the inner foot? Exactly.
See, that would be the inner foot. And so the horn tubules should follow the shape of that. Well, not the horn tubules, but the growth ring. See, but the growth ring on here goes up like that, you know. So
Exactly.
we're looking
So
at
we have to use the inner foot to correct the capsule.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
agree with Angelique.
Yeah. Which is what we're doing. See?
Yes.
That is what we're doing when we're looking at this capsule here. Just a minute. When we're looking at this capsule, okay, so we know the inner foot would be like this. Like that. Similar to that.
That's on the hoof. It wasn't distorted.
Right. Oh, except here. That's kind of funky there.
Whatever.
Okay, so then when we look at the hoof wall grid, okay, we know that it should follow the way this foot looks. Like the hairline should be following this like this. Okay, and we know that the growth rings here should be, well, like this one here. Okay, but instead what we have here is this deal here, where this growth ring comes around here, then right here it goes up like that. See there? So
exactly. So
yes,
we have always to think about the inner foot and how it stands. when the capsule is pushing or pulling either sides.
But the thing about it is the inner foot see the reason that these growth rings rise up like that is because this acts as a means of trying to balance things out. So like you could have a growth ring that goes up like that, but you could still have this inner foot sitting right here. Okay, it could still be sitting right here because this wall pushes up, and the coronary band, which will move, it'll move. This coronary band will, like over here, it can move this high up like that. It can be pushed upward and stretched upward, but you could still have the foot sitting in there like this. Like just because this growth ring goes up here like so, doesn't mean that the foot is setting, doesn't mean that you've got this much sole under this side of the foot and this much sole under this side. You see, it's not setting like that. That's not how it's setting. See, and this is the hard part, because while we're looking at this hoof wall grid thing, you know, with these supposed to be have this certain type of symmetry, okay, even though that's so, what happens is the wall can compress together because it's got a self-leveling system built into it so that it can keep the coffin bone so that it's relatively at the same got the same sole thickness here. So all that's happened is capsule has been compressed and added into the into this part of the wall, but the sole depth and where the coffin bone is going to be about the same, even though the growth ring goes up like this. So like you couldn't come in there. See, it's a self-leveling system.
So basically, the internal structures of the hoof stay the same, but this distortion just distorted our capsule.
Right, to a degree, exactly. Now, let's say the coffin bone toe is still right here, okay? But the coriums themselves, like
Yes.
the coronary band, it can move. It can
It
be
will be pulled, yeah.
shoved up here, okay? And that's why you couldn't come in like if you're if you're growth ring here, okay, your horizontal growth ring, okay, that ideally should follow the shape of the front of the foot there, right? Okay, but if you come and instead of being like that, and you could read it, you know, and stuff, know that this is all supposed to be symmetrical and follow the inner foot, and then you look over here and you see that this growth ring grows up like this, you cannot assume that your coffin bone is setting high up on this side either, and that you've got this much sole thicker on this side than you do on that side. And so then you come in and you try and level it out to make these growth rings symmetrical. See there? What would that do? Well, you'd probably be cutting into sole corium there.
Yeah.
No, but if you have, no, it's exactly the opposite. If you have in your mind the inner foot and the coffin bone, you can see which part you have to trim.
Yeah, but you have to trim it a certain way. You can't just come in there and just take all this off like that. See?
No, I'm not saying this. Can you come back to the other photo, the previous photo with the wrong rings, the growth rings?
Well, see, this one still has wrong rings. See? They're still up like that, just not as bad as the other one.
Yeah, she straightened out the
and
capsule,
stuff.
but the
So
hoof is still the same on the inside.
yeah,
You
the
know what I
foot,
mean?
see, because what you'd have to have is you want to trim in such a way that gradually the jamming and the excess compressed wall that has made that ring rise will gradually excise itself out. You know, because what you're saying, I understand what you're saying. And we are reading it according to the inner foot here, you know.
Linda,
That's
can I just say something? Just
sure.
because it will leave me. We need to trim the jamming out gradually, right? That's
Yeah,
what you're saying. But at the
yeah,
same time, it's a simultaneous process of moving the foot into the right position, moving the heels, right?
yeah, exactly.
So what I was going, and maybe I don't know whether it's the right time for me to explain, like
Yeah,
we all think differently. And I love what Janet was sharing, because we have this amazing how our minds work individually. And I think that's what really valuable in all of this
for sure. And I
stuff.
appreciate everybody
For
for
me,
sure.
what helps is, that's why I was fixated. Like, you remember, I was like, but Linda, what do you think, which heel was trimmed out first? And then for me, if we look at the left, so the left heel is more upright. The right heel, on the left, right side, the heel that is more run forward. So what helped me, and then we can discuss it whether it's wrong or right. What helped me is to understand which heel was trimmed out first. And I came to the conclusion that the upright heel was trimmed out first, because long time ago, Linda shared the case where the girl accidentally trimmed out the heels, and then the wall moved back in 2 days or in 1 day and built a new heel. You remember?
Yeah.
Everybody remembers there were 3 pictures or 4 pictures, and it was a sequence day by day how she trimmed out completely the heel, and the heel grew back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the wall moved in.
Yeah.
So my point is, and that corresponds with the Janet's observation about the width. And there is another observation that I will share later. It's just to be kind of simple with that. So if I presume that I trimmed out the heel on the left side of the picture, which is more upright heel with the more tighter hairline, thicker hoof wall, much thicker than on the right side, and with the tight sole, compacted sole, what I can presume that I trimmed it out, and then the wall moved in quickly to build that missing height.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So what it will do to the heel, it will curl it inwards, including the bulb. But at the same time, what will happen, because of all the physics, that the other heel, the right heel on this picture, will be pulled and run forward, which will make the bulb, the width, how you say, the length of the bulb, if will look like this, like Janet.
I do see what you're saying. I absolutely do.
It will pull it forward and over, making it appear to be smaller, but the other one will be pulling inwards, creating an illusion of a bigger bulb, right? And then if you look, so actually the trimmed out heel is the upright heel. And where I'm going to that, and if you look at the central sulcus here, it's I was trying to trim it out. Just notice the crack.
Yeah.
And I came across these cracks quite a lot of time, and I was always wondering why they're appearing, and that crack will not disappear until the whole hoof started moving in the right direction, but then it reappeared on the opposite side of the central sulcus. So I couldn't understand, is it this crack in the central sulcus because the bulb was pushed forward and pulled forward, you know?
Yeah.
You know, so it just, it's so many stages in this, right?
Okay.
So
I am getting what you're saying.
now what I'm
Yeah.
saying, like, let's forget all the details because it can be overwhelming, and we can talk about more details in that part.
Hey,
Now,
but
imagine you have
can
a
I add
deformed.
something to what you said?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, because I just realized, you know, it's much easier to trim that inside heel than it is the lateral heel, right?
No. Yes.
You know what I mean? You're sitting there and you're pushing that rasp. Usually the inside heel is the easier heel to trim, right?
Because of the angle, yeah.
Right. So when you described that, I got a good picture of what you were talking about, okay? That I had not had before.
So
All right.
anyway,
Yeah.
so listen to that. So if we have a foot that has been deformed this way, so the steps, how you would go about, so what will happen with the internal heels? The left heel, the internal heel with this soft little wormy thing, it will be curled inwards more, right? Let's presume that. The right heel that is more on forward, it will be curled forward, creating a more pulled under bulb, right?
Yeah, I can see how that.
If
I can
if
see
we
how
look,
that how
if
all
we
that
look
would
on the
work.
lateral side,
You know, but
so when we
then
need to reverse the process, we
So-
will need to go back to front. So we will need to lift up the more run forward keel so it can uncurl and move the tubules back, and then simultaneously it's like a reverse, like a cartoon. So you do 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 do, and then you need to reverse it back like a movie,
I see what you're saying.
and stack it back like you're stacking it back. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay.
I do understand what you're saying, and I'm and I'm seeing how how you could wind up trimming that heel out first,
Because
which
it's
is going to
also
cause
important. I always take, like, when I file the hoof wall, I make a flat, and then I take the picture because it gives you and I can track how the thickness of the wall changes when the heels start to move into position.
Yeah.
And it's because, and I'm kind of, that's what made me convinced about the certain amount of tubules, they just redistributed in the wrong way.
Yeah.
Because the thin sole, we were talking about thin sole, it's because of the angle of the sole tubules. The thin wall, it's because of the length and this of the angle of the tubules, and because the place, the corium is stretched.
Yeah, I see
Corium
what
where
you're
they
saying.
grow from is stretched. But for me, what helps is just like this movie. I watch this silent movie, and then I turn and I just gradually roll it back.
Okay.
And that kind of helps me how to go about it. And then the more upright heel, and that was more the bulb that was more pulled inwards, it will uncurl on the last stages.
Okay.
Anyway, that's it.
Okay. Well, but I am getting what you're saying, I kind of got a picture of how it could, as you say, start with the medial heel. Okay, but then it gets transferred.
Here is with the lateral. The lateral is more upright, so the left side of the hoof is more upright. So it
Is there a
started.
picture of this hoof on the ground from the back?
Yeah, I will try to find. Wait.
I would love to see that for a minute.
Yeah. Wait a second.
I was also thinking about how even if it did start with this heel, eventually it's this side that starts looking higher consistently, because regardless, it's tweaking that foot, And so then what happens is you do start trimming this side out more and more and more, which gets it to run forward and pull that bulb out and down. So, okay, were you sending another picture?
I'm sending October
I would love to see it on the ground.
Okay.
October
Okay.
24th.
When you get it on there, I
Wait.
have to go to the little girl's room. I'll be right back.
Oh, wait, it wasn't the right one. Oh, God. Okay. Jesus, my horses are still not fed.
So it's almost like you're dealing with a hoof that's contracted more on one side than the other. As far as like pulling everything
Well,
down into the hoof.
how I understand, it's the bulb is rolled inwards, so the heel is curled. One heel is curled, and the other heel is run forward.
Mhm.
That's how I could just describe it.
And kind of like how Linda showed the pictures of the hoof where she trimmed out the hoofs and it came right back. That's kind of like with my horse JD, the high side, you come in, you file that down so that the hoof is balanced. But then I'd go back a few days later and it's like, bam, it just came right back. And so I was just battling that side, but really making the problem worse because of the way that it was kind of pulling out and then pushing the horn tubules around and twisting it towards the short side, which from the ground view, which would be the inside, the one she said had all the pushed up horn tubules, or I mean the hairline, where you almost, it looks like short from the sole, but then from the ground, you can see that the hoof wall from the cornet band to the flared part of that toe is longer because it hasn't been trimmed as much, so it's more jammed up. But I did notice my horse kind of throwing that outer heel out and his foot twisting, and then more of the weight also towards the inside toe where you had those lifted up growth rings.
Mm-hmm.
But I could tell you, trimming out the bar and the frog, and I did notice I had to do that more on the lateral side. I didn't touch the heels, I just left them, even though it looked like one was higher than the other.
But it's better if you talk about the run forward and upright because because then it helps to visualize your foot. But when you say medium lateral, because we don't see your foot, I have no idea, to be honest.
Okay, so looking at your hoof, the picture that's in there right now, it looks a lot like JD's foot. So I'm just gonna say in this picture, left heel, right heel. So
Yes.
the left heel, the one that looks like a bigger, stronger, more sole, everything, that would be the one even on my horse where I would trim more because it always looked higher than the right heel. But
Yes.
I noticed by leaving that, I did notice the bar on the left side and the frog on the left side being pushed out and
Yes.
more built up, right? So I would I trimmed out the frog even judging by like the hairline. I mean, that hairline on the left side was dropped too. So I trimmed his frog out as much as I could till it was almost like translucent and
Did
squishy.
you notice the difference when you trim the frog on both sides?
I did notice a difference. I also had to take out way more bar that was built up and smashed, building up on that left heel too. But once I removed all of that, because I used to always have to come in and trim, and that side would be high, 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 and even the toe would want to build up.
But I can tell you on this foot, the right side where the heel was more run forward, I had to be very careful with the frog because I could hit the internal frog much easier because it was pulled over more.
Yeah,
And it was very difficult to clean the collateral glue on that side because the frog was appearing like it was hanging over the collateral groove on the right side, on the more run forward heel side.
Mm-hmm.
And when the foot started to move, then the frog corium straightened up, and I didn't have that problem, just that I could just go into the corium when I trimmed the frog.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So you couldn't
Yeah.
take it down quite as much. Yeah.
Well, you just have to be careful because it was hanging over, like, like the rocks are hanging over a cave or something.
Yeah. I see
Yeah.
what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I trimmed his down to like, and I noticed that it was kind of distorted before, and then now I could almost see more of like the internal frog corium, but still had frog there. You know what I'm saying? But I did have to trim more on the left side too, and more bar on the left side too. But once I kind of removed that and then just leveled the toe, I did notice going back, I don't have as much of that sole building up. And the last time when I even trimmed him, I was touching more of the sole on the right side, the side you're
Well, what
saying is
I'm
run
doing,
forward.
when I'm trimming the sole, I always, and I can share the picture because I even drawn it, I always try to kind of gear myself towards the evenness of the sole ridge.
Yes.
And it actually helped me a lot. And I always imagine the inner foot sole ridge, how it behaves now, and I trim to that.
Yeah, and I'm getting a lot more sole ridge appearing on my right side, and I am getting a lot more sole building up in the heel buttress on my right side.
Yes.
So it's almost like it's kind of shifting back.
That looks really horrible what you're showing, Linda. But it works.
You're forgetting who you're talking to here about horrible looking feet, all right?
Not
I was
for
just
one
thinking it
moment.
looked good. I mean, it looks.
I thought so too.
Yeah.
See,
Linda, it would
you're
be
always your own
disrespect.
worst critic.
I'm just saying, if I forget, then it would be kind of disrespectful. So it was, I was joking.
It's okay. This, see now, what Janet was saying too about looking at this view. Look at how this side is pulled over.
Now, but it wasn't. You see, it reversed.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Before the other side was pulled over.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And you can see, I can look here and see that this side of the toe wants to pull out. This was your side that was jammed.
Yes.
Huh. Okay. Well, I can see how it would go one way or the other for sure. You know.
And it was funny, like for me, even from the sole view, when I would rasp what I thought was the high side down, there would be less of that, the other side, the low side, touched. And I did notice now rasping more of the sole on the inside. One thing I can tell you about the sole is you definitely stimulate what you grow. So that's why my farrier that I worked with, when I first started learning how to do all this, I studied for months, Linda's anatomy, and this was back in 2009. But then I worked with my farrier and apprenticed with him for like 6 weeks. His name was Dan Rogers. He was great. He was old school, but he kind of did his own thing. And he always told me, don't touch the sole, the true sole, obviously not bar and chalky sole wanting to come out. But he said, don't try not to dig into the true sole because if you trim all the other structures correct, it'll take care of itself. But you start over trimming into your sole, you stimulate what you trim. And so, yeah, I kind of.
Out, yeah.
And so I kind of always did that. And he was really good, even though he shoed people's horses and he trimmed, he was really good at keeping the toe back and getting heels on horses. And so whenever I started trimming, he told me not to touch the sole, the true sole. So, when I would handle like the heels and stuff, I'd clean out that sole and the seat of the corn and just kind of trim down a bunch of hoof wall that grew past the sole. But I always used the true sole plane as a guide rather than like filing into it or digging it out, because you dig out one side more than the other, you're going to notice that side start growing back way crazier than the other, which I think also kind of contributes to these distortions too.
Linda, these are the old pictures from
Okay,
October, I think.
This is October here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another picture I'm going to show you there. I took just now. Okay, so which one is this? This is when, in October?
Yeah, this is October.
Okay,
And I sent now the January one, but it's not so clear, unfortunately. But you can open the January one.
Just a minute here.
It's all a bit confusing.
January.
Yeah, this one. Yeah.
Okay, well, how old is this horse?
He's 5.5.
Okay, because what what I'm seeing is here. Hold on a second. I gotta do something. Just
But now it's very dry, so
yeah.
it's October wasn't so dry. So this picture is not so dry weather.
Okay, just a minute, and I'll go back to that. I gotta do something here. Just a second. Okay, so we're just gonna kind of go back and forth between these here a little bit. See what now, Janet? Are you there?
Yeah, I turned the sound off. I'm here.
Okay. I'm gonna switch back and forth. I want you to tell me what you see according to
On the heels in the back.
what you've been doing. Just a minute here.
Oh God.
I'm lost.
You're lost. You should see how much I'm trying to follow this. My brain's going, no, left, right, left. Lateral, not lateral.
Nah, yeah. I know you want to go.
Off the
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
I'm like, I need a who's who, where.
I almost think we're all on the same page, but that confusion is what's throwing us off on whether or not we're both talking about the same thing.
Hey, we're closer than anybody's ever been, people.
Right?
All right. All right. We are closer than anybody's ever been. Let's see here. Just a minute. Share. Okay, there. Okay, got it.
Whoa.
So we got this one is the most recent.
Oh, okay. The
Then
blurry one.
that is from October, and
This
that
is a-
is from October.
Huh? Okay, wait. So is that all the same foot?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So
This is the most recent one.
the
And it's
most-
very dry and -10.
It's what?
Very
It's
dry.
very
and
dry and
-10.
-10.
Frozen.
So this is the right front again.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, the hair is sticking up. I'm just trying to look at the tops first of the collateral groove, the collateral cartilages. I like to see how high they
It's
are
very
side to
yeah,
side.
this is not a good picture for it.
I know, I'm trying. Go back to the one in October. There you go. So I always try to see where the top of the collateral or the cartilages are.
Yeah.
On the I just try to feel around and look to see what I've got first on which one's higher, which one's bigger. It's hard.
Well, and the right side will be bigger and the left side will be pulled forward and under.
Right.
And it's more jammed in the hairline too, if I'm looking at it correctly.
Linda, I know when you've talked about how the wall curls under and you have to literally it's growing into the frog. That's what it looks like the wall is doing on the left side.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does.
So what I did with my horse is I just started cutting away at that and it opened up.
Okay. Yeah.
I can show you a picture of how I did it.
I'm seeing these darn feet.
Are you talking about where the periopal frog grows up the heel buttress?
Yeah, I started I noticed on the picture that we were looking at while Linda was getting going on her potty break that the periopal band on that picture it was on the right side, but I'm sure in what we're looking at here it's the left side. But it looked like the periopal band was pinching the wall and causing it literally to bend in and then it would widen back out. And I just think just based on my own experiment that really going after the periopal band on that side might help. And
I noticed that helped too, separating that periopal band from the heel buttress to where you're almost leaving a gap between the frog and heel buttress.
Yeah. Well, when I started going after the periopal band, I was afraid because I remember Linda cautioning. So I literally just put a slit in the periopal band. And when I looked at it a couple weeks later, it had literally widened open. The whole heel widened where I'd put the split.
Cool.
Wait, where did you put the back up? Where did you put the split?
Right there right there.
Where the arrow's at, yep, where Linda's
Yeah.
pointing.
Just
Yeah.
a split. Didn't trim it out. Just put a split.
I didn't
there.
trim it out yet because I was too afraid, but I knew it wasn't holding my, it was holding, it was binding it. I knew that
Yeah.
was where the binding was being created, but I wasn't willing to like take it all off, you know, the back
Yeah.
of the heel, but
Great
just like
idea.
give it a break, pop it open and see what happens. And if you want to,
Yeah.
I can show you a before and after picture.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
awesome.
because you almost just
Okay.
take your knife and just cut down the heel buttress and follow it and just kind of remove the periopal skin that wants to
Okay.
stick to it.
Yeah, but
After
you just made a cut, right? You didn't
when I
remove
first
anything.
started it, yeah, I made a cut.
Okay.
Let me show you the one I made with a cut.
So
And I did one side at a time because I'm like,
you're gonna see if that one screwed up, you wouldn't do the other side. So
exactly.
Well, and the
you're
way I
doing
look at it is if we've been making mistakes, right? If that's kind of what, like with my horse, I'm like, okay, if I've been making mistakes and, you know, it's not getting any better, if this
Yeah.
is a mistake, well, let's just try another mistake, right?
Well, let me tell
Yeah.
you,
It'll be
my
the right
horse,
thing.
my horse was lame and diagnosed with ring bone in August,
Mhm.
and he's sound now. And the
Wow, that's
difference in his
awesome.
feet is extreme because I've been going after the periopal
Wow.
and
Because that's what's
cutting out
really
that
bounding the
extra
back of the
heel
foot.
that is pulling underneath the frog. And the back of his foot is so much wider.
I'm going
And
to do it tomorrow.
okay, well let me send Linda some of the earlier pictures
Now
so that you can see.
I just thought of something too. You know how there's a false version of everything?
Mhm.
Okay, so when I was looking at this wide part of the foot, I was looking at it as a bound wide part of the foot. Okay, but maybe this wide part of this foot is just a better version of that part of the foot. You see what I'm saying? That there's an alternate false version to everything you see on these feet. So a lot of times when they're trimmed out, they'll go wide. When they're really being contracted, you know, they're being curled in. But maybe in this case, this wideness was not the heel being pulled under. This
It's
is
not
just
pulled
the,
under.
yeah, this is just the better side of the foot.
But look at the line in the middle.
Yeah, you
where
can
the
see
Yeah.
that
pay
bulb is pulled under.
No, look at
This
the
one
Yeah,
no,
that one.
look,
here.
yeah, and you see that it's curved.
Not sure what you're saying there.
It's like a sickle. It's like a sickle. It's not straight.
Okay. I'm not seeing it personally, but that doesn't mean anything.
But it
No, but
does look
just
like the left
take
side is being
there
kind of
is a
tucked
line.
in.
There is a line.
Oh,
Can we
I'm
please
seeing
see
now
a
what you're
solar?
saying, that this side is run forward. I'm seeing what you're saying. I'm seeing it now.
Yeah, it looks tucked
Yeah.
in too, like it's being pushed in the back.
Yeah.
The bulb on
Uh,
the left side.
Well, I
Yeah.
will just
Because
try.
another thing is this side is more compressed over. Like this, see, this is really not a run forward heel. Sometimes, okay, Janet, this, okay, there can be a distortion that it could look just like this. Okay. But in this case, this is not what's going on. This is the better side of the foot, I think. Okay, because like I can show you pictures of my horse's feet where that contraction is there, and then how this gets wider as the foot gets better. Okay, so anyway,
Linda, I sent you the picture of what I mean.
okay,
Can we please see the solar view of this hoof?
yeah,
It's 2 photos before this.
right there.
Here, yes.
This is the now foot.
This is the now. This is how the foot is now.
Yes.
I'm trying to see.
Right front.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay,
I
so
have a
this.
question here.
Go ahead.
The lips of the frog.
Yeah.
Yes.
Laugh. I just love it. Frog lips.
I would take the frog right down, not make this round outwards thing. If you take the hoof right down and make the small triangle, I would trim the small triangle towards the periopal.
Are you talking about this
Mhm.
right here?
Yes, I think that's
Yes.
what she
Yeah.
means. See how it pulls to the left? The frog
Yeah.
lips.
Yeah, but but look at how this one is contracted. That one
Yes.
might pull over this way, okay, and your bulb is right kind of here, but this bulb is like that.
Hey, Linda,
Yeah.
can you outline the white line of the heel buttresses on the inside of the hoof? If you draw that corner, like the heel buttress, if you
Right
follow
here.
the white line on the
This right
inside,
here.
yeah, sole view, but on the inside where the white line would be.
Oh, okay.
Draw
I know
that
where
point.
you're getting.
Draw that point of the sole view following the bar, like on the inside, so we could see the clean buttress. Perfect. Now do that on the other side.
Okay.
Now, if you measured those points across, it does look like the heel on the left is pushed out and forward just a little bit.
Well,
It's
But it could
curled.
just be that it needs the bar cleaned
but
out more.
it's the bar.
Yeah.
It's just the bar. That's all. I mean, this this little piece here is kind of pushed out a little bit and stuff. But I'm also thinking I'm seeing what Elena is saying.
Yeah.
That this side is more contracted
Mm-hmm.
here. And now that side might be pushed out a little bit, but this side,
Is almost more crunched in. See, that's how
yeah,
JD's is too. It almost like it's more crunched in on the inside. And his lateral heel is more, looks better to me as well.
yeah. God, I don't know.
I know, I think.
I mean,
I can say though, his hoof from the before pictures we looked at today till that very last one looks like it's shaping up. So I would say whatever
yeah.
you're doing is working.
Can you just, Linda, can you open the last picture that I
Yeah.
sent you? Then I
Yeah.
will.
See, now this is not to say that depending on the foot, what I'm saying could be right, or depending on the foot, what Elena says could be right. You understand? Because these feet will make you into a fool every time. Okay, just no kidding. Just when you think you got it down and you're reading it right, you find out there's another version of themselves that they have, you know, that yeah. But sooner or later, we're gonna figure it out, you know.
But
Well,
it's all very helpful, you
But
know?
one thing we can agree on is in a hoof like this, you definitely have from the sole view one heel higher than the other. And it makes you crazy.
One side wider than the other. Yeah.
Even if
And then
it's
I want to
not
look
run
at
forward.
Sherry's foot here too. Just a minute here. Okay, just hold on. Okay.
Starting to snow, I
Let me
see.
get this going here.
That's what I meant, you see?
Okay. Oh, that little thing is kind of
Curved, yeah.
curved. Okay.
And so that bulb is more pulled inwards.
This one here?
And no. The spooled one is on the right side. And this is more upright heel. And the other one is pulled forward. That's why it appears smaller.
Oh, this one's pulled forward.
Yes.
And it just could be all, it's narrower. definitely on this side, you know. Oh, well, anyway,
Yeah.
anyway, let's continue to watch this foot and see what you do with it.
Yes.
Okay.
But thank you everybody
Hey,
for
no,
looking and for
thank
the
you for
input and
sharing
listening.
this. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, keep doing what you're doing. It does
Yeah.
look like you're getting there.
Is anybody else as kind of confused as I am right now?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why I want to share with you this little thing I got at the thrift store. My favorite place to shop.
And Linda, while we're on this, if you popped up that drawing picture, it made it make sense to me. And I think if everyone just
Okay.
read that real quick, they might go, "Oh, okay."
Let's
And
see, just a
actually, I sent
second.
to Linda the lateral pictures of that foot,
Well, okay. Well,
and it's
Devin,
also
that didn't come through to me, so
no. Okay, well, we can do something else now.
yeah, the drawing did not come through.
Wait a minute.
Sometimes
I got it.
Oh, wait.
I
Here.
see it. I see it on the left there.
I got it. Okay,
Hold
hold
on.
on. Let's look at this real quick.
Someone posted this, and I was like, "Oh yeah, that makes more sense."
Janet posts that every once in a while. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I just throw it up there just to screw with everybody.
Oh, you posted that.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so and
Well, I
we gotta
got it from
remember
Linda, so it's not my fault.
we have to remember too that we can always add to this to find out that sometimes there's things we may not be seeing yet. You understand? So
As
in
Leaky
general,
as Leaky and I went around this and round and round and round because my brain originally could not wrap around this.
hey, I totally understand.
But now I got it.
You know, I totally
I think I got
understand.
it.
You know,
At least for now.
just a minute here. So, anyway, I found this sign at a thrift store, and I'll show it to you here. Just a second here. It can be our motto for tact. Just a minute if I can find the. Okay, and here it is. Just a minute. Oh, go away. Go away. Just a minute here. And
Peace.
there you go. Don't blame me, I'm no rocket surgeon. Okay?
No rocket surgeon.
I'm no rocket surgeon. I thought that was perfect. You know,
Oh, it is.
because okay, they've gone to the moon, right? You know, they can do the finest brain surgery and all that, but they have never figured out this foot. How about that? No, because they're leaving that to us. Okay? I thought that was pretty funny. Okay, because I'm going to tell you, this is worse. All right? This is worse than either one of those. Okay. Yeah, because it is you know, you're dealing with an internal object, and it's something that's growing from it 24/7. And every little thing that you do to it has an effect on everything else. You know, this is not easy. All right. In general, it's simple. But in the end, when you're dealing with distortions and how, boy, you trimmed this and how to, you know, a domino effect over here, you know, and then the horse's movement, and I mean everything that goes into it and stuff. But you know what? We got more figured out than anybody else ever has, you know. So we're doing good. At least we know what the back of that foot is supposed to be like. And so You know, here's the thing, and I want to go back to this deal here that you found. Just a minute here, which was, let's see, I'm losing. Just a second here. You got some more pictures here too. Look at, but this. Hold on. Where's that? I'm looking for that picture where you found that crack. I think here it is. Here it is. Okay. Where you found the crack. Hold on. Share right here. Wait a minute. Share right here. I took a picture. Okay, so come on. Okay, so Elena, are you there? Is she still here? Well,
Looks like it.
She's here. She's just not vocal.
okay.
Yes, I'm here. It just
Okay, so
takes me
you see
time
this
to unmute.
crack.
Yes.
Okay, so this crack is revealing something to you.
Yes.
Okay, that these bulbs are pulled in, and even though the periopal has grown and stuff over different things to bind all this together and make it look like one piece, in reality it isn't one piece. This crack here is there because the periopal rope here is growing over here and the bulb is pulled in there, just like on my horse, like that I didn't know was there. Okay, this is just showing that your bulbs are pulled in and that the foot is either wanting to expand because he's a young horse, right? So it's not like you trimmed the heels out of him and that happened. It's that he's growing, and so the bulbs never got to fully expand like they would have.
Well,
So,
he was contracted when I got him. He
oh,
was
okay.
not contracted, he was bound.
Okay.
He had
And,
much, much smaller foot.
oh,
And it was round.
had he been trimmed by somebody?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't like he just developed that on his own from not wearing off enough foot or something like that.
Yeah.
So,
no, he was trimmed.
Okay, so that is now, I think I've shown you guys the pictures of how I found I had a whole false frog with periopal growing over it for years.
I can even send you a picture of his foot that
See,
it looked. I don't have many, but
okay.
just
See,
to have an idea.
This area in here, I would be cleaning out a lot, which is what I've been doing now. Okay, to let to let the bulbs expand more and come out of there, because I know this is periopal pretty much growing over this, and
Yeah, I
probably
started.
not frog.
This is the old picture. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't have this crack now.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay. Well, it's interesting though when you get into these and you find this, you know.
And it was reappearing, and then it's no more.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see here. Let's see.
I think we can all say that with the newest thing we're doing with cleaning that area out and working on the bars and stuff is making tremendous changes on the back of these
It sure is. It is for me. You know.
Just removing all of that stuff and just letting the back of the foot have some
Cleaning
room.
that out seems to help fix.
Yeah, letting it have
a
some
lot of
room
it.
to expand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is this the one?
Which one?
From the 23rd.
Yes, that's the earliest I have of his pictures.
Okay.
And I don't have the full set, unfortunately, but at least the lateral side, you can see he doesn't have much at the back of the foot.
Yeah, he doesn't, does he?
No.
And how old was he here? like 3?
He was
I'm
bit over
sharing.
3.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
over
Thought I
3.
thought I was right there. Okay. Yeah, so you can see that his growth rings were already jamming up there and stuff. So yeah, he was hoof bound when you got it. He
Yeah,
had false heels when you got it, you
yeah.
know. And that so you got him 2 years ago. So we
Well,
know more now than we knew 2 years ago, you know.
absolutely. And I sent you also the pictures from now, how it looks laterally.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, is this the same horse? Because
Yeah.
the previous photo was blonde.
No. He's not blonde. It's just washed. And maybe because in summer he goes kind of golden a little bit.
Oh, I see.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you aren't pulling a fast one on us, are you? No.
Look at
I
how,
have
look at his
caught people.
cartilage in that one.
I
Look
have
at his
caught
original
people doing that,
cartilage.
by the way.
Look at that.
Substituting a different foot
I-
for one. Oh, look at the change. Okay, let's see here. I don't think I got the picture. Was it the
well,
very last picture
well,
or
I
be
will just send to you so there is no confusion.
okay.
I just need to go. They look pretty strange, but anyway.
It isn't let's
Yeah,
see.
this one.
That's it, because I recognize the little notches.
Okay.
Yeah, the big ones. But you see, he's now not expanded here, but he lifting the back because it's very dry. So if it
Yeah.
comes the wet, it will almost double. I know.
Yeah.
But you
Yeah,
see how the hairline, it goes straight from the dorsal wall and then there is a curve like a lift.
like there.
No, at the hairline.
Up here, like that.
And because I measure all the tubules and I
Mhm.
measure the angle, so it's of the hairline. And if you look on this is his upright side, so it will be lateral.
Mhm.
So more up. That was a more upright heel.
Okay.
This one,
Well, the heels are curled in.
and this is the
Oh,
medial.
okay. Well, this isn't his real heel anyway. This is sidewall and his heels are curled in.
Yeah.
In spite of uh uh you know, in spite of whichever heel got trimmed out first. I am so sick of these dang people calling me. I'm about to show them.
Can you guys share with me what you use to put those notches in the hooves?
Yeah, I will make a picture. Actually, I
Okay.
will.
Let's see here. Anyway,
Anyway,
ultimately, his heels are curled in. He's
working.
grown since you got him, so it could be a combination of that as well. That his heels were incorrectly trimmed before you got him, and so his foot was bound. But he's also grown since you got him, and you found that crack and that all that was full of stuff, and so that wasn't allowing his foot to expand as he grew, you know. So it could be that there's a combination of things going on that have all the things that we talk about that has happened with his feet. But you know what? I know that you're going to get it straightened out, and that his heels, where they are curled in or whatever's going on, or where his foot, the back of his foot hasn't expanded and stuff. But one thing I would definitely do is I would definitely remove more bar, because
More.
I know that the foot cannot expand if you're not removing that bar, because the bar is going to bind and hold the foot right where it's at. And something that I've seen And of course, I'm not gonna take this to the bank, okay? But something that I have been seeing and considering is the fact that I forgot what I was even going to say, but
Removing the bars.
is removing the bar is not detrimental, that it releases that foot, because that foot on the inside, it's got a lot of power and it's big, and I'm telling you, it can pull itself up where it wants to be. Even if you remove those little weenie bars, that they're not gonna allow anything to collapse. That foot will pull it all up where it's supposed to be if we will just remove stuff that's holding it, like the frog. Okay, thinning down these frogs and really getting that central sulcus and all that trimmed out, and getting these bars thinned, cut down so that they will release the back of these heels and all this part of the hoof wall and everything like that, because I've been trimming the snot out of these bars, and all that's happened to my foot is it just keeps lifting up and the heels keep getting straighter and the foot keeps expanding.
And Linda, have you found leaving a little extra toe helps this process?
Yes, I
Okay,
have.
because I've noticed that too, and that's why I was kind of like, "What?" When I got attacked for having too much toe on my horse hoof, I was like,
Yeah,
"I feel like the toe is helping." So
yeah, yeah.
On this foot too, can you kind of go back in and blow it up around so we can see the heel hooks if there are any?
This view, you
Yeah,
want
I've been
this
really
view?
focusing on that on all the hooves too
Okay,
now, cleaning that
okay,
up.
just a second here and I'll do that. Let's see, share.
I haven't found anything go wrong with that yet on anybody I've touched either.
Okay, so is this big enough for you to
Yeah,
look at there?
it's just old eyes,
You know, you can see heel hooks here,
right there.
right here where the bar comes in, but
Right.
this still continues around. Because ideally, uh, when everything's just right, uh, your heel, wow, that's not a good color. Just a minute here.
So like I
Okay,
said, on my
the
one
heel should
side,
come around
right,
and the bar should be right there, and it's
right.
not. Instead, what you got is just a minute here, clear. You got this comes around right here, and see, and this bar is kind of coming up like that,
Yeah.
and this little hook here is coming right there.
So I've been trimming that off by like shaving it.
Mm-hmm.
If you can get a rasp I've been, but it doesn't work well for me. So I've been taking that new knife I made and
You've been taking
literally
that hook off there.
taking the hook off, just shaving from the bottom of the crease down in there, and
Uh-huh.
then just kind of sliding the knife up along it and just shaving it like you do cheese on a
Okay.
block, just shaving it
Okay.
off. And then on my one side, I had a lot to come off. The other side, I hit the pink corium pretty quick.
Oh, okay.
So, the hook was much worse on one side than the other.
Okay.
But I was like,
And
okay, I'm at the edge there of where the heel and the buttress, everybody meets the
mhm,
bar. But on the other side, I had a tremendous hook.
okay.
I noticed that too. And once I hit a little pink, I'm like, "Okay, we're gone far
Stop.
enough." But I have not noticed a horse being lame. I've actually noticed even on a horse where I'm like, "Okay, far enough," thinking, "Okay, I hope they're not sore." They're still even better after the trim, and it didn't really change the fact whether I hit it or not. It didn't make the horse more ouchy. You know what I mean?
No, I'm curious. I'm curious to see now if it lets things open up widthwise.
Yeah.
Long removing bar and thinning the frog. Is that just yet another part of what's holding this whole foot in place?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why, Linda, if you wanted to just peek at those pictures of that clubby rotated hoof that I had,
Okay.
from the end of November until just a few days ago, I trimmed her. The reason why I mentioned that is because you could see huge changes in that hoof, and I think they're positive changes.
Oops. Wait a minute. Just a minute here.
And that's pretty much what I did with her, is mostly took down her really high lateral hoof, where the hoof wall was even grown past the sole. And
this foot is so much like
oh, that's not it. That it should be right.
not...
It should be right after those, I believe. But before there we go. That's
Okay.
one of them, and I'd sent that once before. But before that should be pictures of her before when I first met her. So if you keep going now, okay, that's her foot when I first met her.
Okay.
And that's it now after 3 trims. And there's a sole view too from before, middle, and after.
I have to go out to feed the horses because they will freeze without
Okay.
food. But
Okay, well, be
Linda, I
careful.
sent you the picture of the tool that I'm using for making the notches.
Okay.
Because somebody was asking.
Okay. Well,
Okay,
thank
I
you.
will join you shortly.
Thank you for exposing yourself, as we all do here and stuff. But no, thank you for sharing what's going on with your horse and giving us all something to really think about. Okay, so is that it?
That's the very last picture of her sole view. And so you could see there's like the very first before I ever trimmed her, and then the middle after her last trim, and then that's after her last trim. So you could see, and then there's one where before I had ever trimmed her, of the sole view anyways. There you go. That is the one, that's where I started with.
Oh, that's definitely a clubby looking foot, wasn't it?
Yeah, clubby and rotated.
Yeah.
And then you could see the second one was like what she looked like before I trimmed her the second time. And I really got after the bar and frogs in this one. But I tried not to remove too much heel.
Yeah.
Or toe. And then you could see after I trimmed her how her heels still look crunched and her toe still looks square, like it's still kind of scrunched.
Yeah.
But then her sole view after we were all done, the change in the shape of the hoof where it really looked like it elongated. On the sole view.
Here?
Well, that's after the second trim, but after the third trim. So if you go, it's just a sole view.
This one here?
That's after the second trim. So see how it almost looks kind of square. There we go. See how it went more oval?
It's really changing shape.
And to me, I feel like it's changing in a good way, but I just wanted to make sure.
Well, you never know, because sometimes you can think they're going in a good way when they're going the other way.
Yeah, but if you look at there's also the ground view too of the hoof from the side. So that's from before, and you could see where you could tell that coffin bone is rotated in there.
Yeah, well, look at how all this anatomy is pushing up. Look at that bump.
Yeah.
There, pushing that joint forward really hard, which is going to rotate and push the toe down. Yeah.
And then that's it now.
Now, see, the bump is not as severe there.
Yeah, and I feel like had I chopped her toe off, I would have just tightened up the growth. Yeah. And I don't see how I could remove much more without making the foot longer than the toe.
No, see, it's good to have some leverage up here because you're trying to get the back of this foot to expand. You know? And yeah, I mean, first of all, the back of the foot is contracted.
Yeah.
You know, look at that. See, let me save that and enlarge it. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so this foot, the bulbs are wrapped way inside the foot here. See how that comes down there? Let's see. Okay, so this bulb is way inside here. Okay, this is, yeah. Look at this periopal rope. See, look at the crack there. So this bulb is way in there. And then it's all covered over by this funky frog thing going on here with it.
See, and that's why I didn't drop the heels a whole bunch, because I feel like I would just compress that
Yeah,
area
no,
more.
no, you need to keep these heels high and stuff to keep the elevation to the back of the foot so it doesn't want to curl in.
Yeah, and see, that's what I did, and then
Yeah.
leaving the toe, after talking with you. So I had somebody just be like, them heels are too long, you need to shorten them. That toe's too long, you need to shorten it. And I'm like, no, not
Yeah.
really, not on this hoof.
Yeah, look at the side of the foot. That horse don't have no foot to begin with.
Yeah.
It's got a little dinky old foot, So these bulbs are, I guarantee you, they're in like this.
Yeah.
See?
And her
And so,
hairline relaxed a whole bunch just after that second trim. In that picture, you could see the one below it after the trim, just the change in the hairline after one trim. See how it looks more relaxed?
yeah. Oh, yeah. It does. Look at that. It raised up. See? Let's look at it. Yeah, look at that. See how tight that looks there? Well, of course, because see, all this periopal and frog binds that foot right there. It's not going to move to where it's here. You can tell that this little area raised up. This little area right here, just a minute. Okay, so you can see that it's really pinched down here. And you can guarantee there's even hair rolled in there. Okay. And then right here, it's much looser. Yeah. Yeah. And this little piece of periopal here has raised up, I think, even.
Yeah, it did look like it kind of all just went boing.
Yeah.
Wanted to go back.
It would because everything.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Turn this phone off or throw it through the window. You ever feel like that? Like, leave me alone, Okay, so yeah, it looks more relaxed all in here and everything. So, well, that's pretty cool.
And
That
the
is,
horse is more sound. She's jumping
yeah,
better now. She's in training now and is jumping and doesn't seem to be sore, and she's moving better. So the owner's happy.
that's great. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah,
But I
see,
just loved how it went from square to oval. And the
yeah,
toe, like before, like you could see where the toe was dirty. When I filed it, because of the way her toe scooped up, I didn't really touch sole in the toe much on that trim.
yeah, I wouldn't either.
But then you can
Because,
see on the next one, it kind of did, like the bend in the capsule kind of came out, and that toe is now level, if that makes sense.
that makes sense. Yeah, it's an interesting foot. Now, see, it's neat when you start seeing how these bulbs just get folded in there, and then that periopal and everything just grows over everything, hide it. You know that there's going to be a crack here and here, right here, because these bulbs fold in, and then this little ropey thing just grows over the frog and fills it up. Well, look how it filled up the frog area here.
Yeah, like it stitched it all together.
Yeah, that's exactly what it did. you know? And so all of that, what'd that do? That kept that foot from, for the capsule from coming off, you know? So pretty cool, pretty cool. All right. Well, look forward to seeing how that progresses for sure.
Yeah, she's one I decided to follow her progress.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a good case study you got going here, you know?
Yay. Thank you. I can't take pictures of every single one of them. Otherwise,
Oh
you might
God,
get
no.
annoyed. Here's another one, Linda. Here's another one,
Yeah.
Linda.
No, but see, pick the good ones, the really bound ones, um and then those are case studies, you know?
Yeah.
So this is great though. What we're seeing here is this bulge here. And then right here, the bulge is not, I mean, the foot is still bound, but it hasn't got that really bad bulge right there. And we would see it here even
Yeah.
more than you see it here. See, we
Yeah,
would
almost
see
like
that
it just
from
allowed the front to relax and allowed like the toe of the coffin bone to pull forward.
yeah, because that bulge is clear up here. See?
Mm-hmm.
Um, so we would
That's
definitely,
the best hoof we saw tonight.
yeah,
The
let's
best
see.
case.
Best
Bravo,
improvement.
Devon. Bravo, Devon.
Thank you. That's why I wanted to show it because I'm like, hey, I have actually used these tactics. And in let's
Tactics.
see, from the end of November to the beginning of February, these are the changes I've had using them. So
Well, that's really great. Looks good.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for showing me it.
Oh, hey, well, see, and I'm seeing things I didn't see before, even a couple months ago. That was just right there, but I wasn't seeing it either. And I'll tell you what really made a difference was finally realizing there is no central sulcus. That's just distorted, deformed frog pushed forward.
Yeah.
So that was good. So let's see here.
Yeah, and there would have been a time where I would have taken more heel off this horse. And then because it looked like it
Yeah,
had more toe, rounded that toe up
yep,
some. So I
me
didn't have
too.
this big old bulge.
Yep.
But it's like, I don't know if it actually fixed the problem. And here in just a short time, I'm like, wow, I think I actually got more of what I wanted in a much faster amount of time. And the horse was never lame in the process.
See how great is that? You
Yeah.
know, because always doing that at stuff before made him sore.
Yeah,
You know,
definitely.
uh, because I did that for years.
Hey,
You know,
Devin,
Yeah.
I'm just curious, did they get x-rays on that horse before you started working on her?
No, she didn't.
Oh, that's a bummer.
I know. But I
yeah, that
mean,
would
you
have
can
been
tell
nice.
by the way it's raised in the back of the hairline and jammed in the front that coffin bone's definitely is rotated and being shoved up in the back and
Right.
rotated in the front, and just trimming out all that bar and frog. Everything was so compressed in the back that coffin bone would have never been able to settle in the capsule. And so
Yeah,
just removing all of that allowed it to expand a little. And I think between the two pictures, it looks to me like the coffin bone's starting to want to relax and go into the right direction. But I'm glad I learned that from you because even my thoughts on that one time we were talking about foundered horses, because
hmm
even though this one's more clubby, it also looks rotated where it could almost be slightly foundered as well. And, when you talked about how, there was a time when I would just chop off the heel and shorten the toe. But if that was done and then you didn't remove enough of that bar and frog, you're just putting all that weight into the compressed sore part of the hoof, you're gonna make the horse lame. And
yeah,
I'm like, oh my gosh, that makes sense. Where you're like, I don't even worry about the toe, And I'm like, yeah, that you don't want to break that connection of the toe because it's connected to our coffin bone. And if we chopped off that toe, that growth would grow tighter down the coffin bone, just holding it back, not allowing it to move forward. And then if you chopped off the toe, well, then you're just compressing it in a more bound hoof. So
yeah,
yeah. I loved that. I loved that hoof chat that we had because I was like, oh my gosh, that makes sense. So with her, other than just kind of balancing the heels a little bit, I tried to leave them high and just trimming out bar and frog and then leaving the toe. And then lo and behold, the capsule decides to open up and the horse is more comfortable. So yay.
yeah,
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 and her left front's the opposite. She's got an underrun heel and a longer toe. So I'm trying to bring that hoof back and stand her up a little bit more. And then this one, trying to get it to unbind and relax a little bit. But they're both bound. So,
okay.
yeah.
Well, doing a good job there
Thank you.
and stuff. So
I
I
have a
want
good teacher.
to, hey, oh, thank you. And that is the horse. Ah, no. Okay, so I just want to bring us back to what a good foot is. All right. and remind us of a couple things when we're looking at these feet and we're not seeing that they are contracted and that the bulbs are spooled in the heels. And let me just annotate here a little bit. Okay, so on a good foot, okay, what you're going to see is, okay, the heel. Look at the bar. See, there's no hook. There's no hook there. Might be a hair of one there, but there's no hook, and they're not pointed in like that. They're pointed this, they're going, well, they're kind of going like that. On heels that, and bulbs that are curled in, the heel buttress, especially down at the base, it's going to be pointed that direction. They're almost pointed towards each other. Okay, but what happens is, even though this has all been rearranged in here, when you look at this part, it's going to look just like that. And so you're not seeing this heel that's been pushed in like this. You're looking at this part. And so you're not noticing that your actual heel buttress is pointed in. And so you don't know that your heels are actually contracted a lot of times. So another thing, the frog, okay, the frog can also look wide because as the foot is bent in like this, the frog can be bent out like that. And so it's a whole false foot, but you don't even know it. But it's also going to be shorter. It's not going to be as long from here to here. Okay, because when this heel here curls in, it's going to wind up being here. And then the seat of the corn is going to be a false seat of the corn in a different location, and the real sole is going to be covered up, so you're not going to have the real sole. It develops a whole false appearance, alternate version of itself. It's other personality. It's a multiple personality disorder these feet have. But it's all part of the foot adapting into a different form of itself to help the horse survive. Okay, so
Linda,
yeah,
here I have a question.
okay.
If we have to restore these hook heel buttresses,
Mhm.
do we, because here the frog is quite wide,
Yeah,
to restore and take the heel buttress right behind, we have to thin the base of the frog. Do we do it first to thin the frog while we strain the heel buttresses and then leave it get wider, or shall we leave the base of the frog wide
well,
and try to make the hook the hook of the heel buttress to get wider by itself?
okay, well, first you have to know how much heel you actually have. Like, are your heels totally trimmed out? And do you need to just be growing in some heel first, period?
Yeah.
And adding capsule wall in, because you don't want to release all the back of this if you haven't got some depth to the side of the foot here. See?
Yes.
You know, if this has been trimmed out to where your bulb is here and you have no heel, that's all this, your heel isn't just this little piece here. Okay, which I know you know that, but I'm saying this for everybody else. The heel starts where the bar ends, right here, goes over here, goes all the way up the wall, all the way over here, down here, and includes the bar. It's this whole piece of wall here. This is your heel, this whole area. And so if that has been totally trimmed out and your foot is totally bound under and you have, this foot that's like this, the first thing you have to do is not worry about unbinding the frog and the periopal and all of that. The first thing you have to do is grow this area back in, right here, right here.
Right.
If
you have height in the heels, but they are growing forward, what do you do first?
Correcting the back of the foot. First, you grow this in here.
Yes, so you grow the correct heels first.
Yeah, well, you want to add capsule wall in to enlarge your capsule here.
Yes.
Okay, that's why we allow this part to grow higher than the sole right here, so that it is weighted. It is weighted. The horse is bearing weight on the wall in this area. And
so you have to wait until the heels get upright, not going forward.
You have to wait until you have added capsule wall in here. You have to wait. What I mean by weight is like pounds, like
no volume,
pressure. No pressure.
Pressure.
If my wall is above my sole right here, okay, then the horse is standing on that wall and it's weighted. It's got weight on it so that when it grows down, because the wall grows down from here, it's going to be weighted. So as the growth is coming in up here, instead of growing down and pushing out the bottom where it'll be worn off, it will be encouraged to stay up here.
Yes, I understand.
Okay.
Yes.
Stay up here. So before anything else, people have to know that they're going to have to add some capsule wall in up here.
In other words, the hairline's got to go up. You got to get some height up in the hairline. It's got to get up.
That's great. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm just like, how do you make this easy? The hairline's got to go up.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you.
I don't know. I try to simplify it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I need it simplified. I need help. If you haven't figured that out already.
No, but we just, whatever.
Okay. Well, here. No, but see.
I think many of us has this problem because we all have run forward heels.
Yeah, well.
So you may have heel of 2 inches, but the horse does not stand of the back of the hoof. He's standing on the middle of the hoof.
But over time, it still adds volume. It just takes longer.
Yes. Okay. And sometimes you will not have it at all, like my Benenitras. case.
No, Gizmo didn't grow and didn't grow and didn't grow. I mean, he was flat to the floor, 30-degree angle. I thought, gee, dear Lord, this is never going to happen. Eventually, as I started just getting his foot under control, it did start finally slowing. His hairline slowly started creeping up. It just
Yeah.
takes forever when you got those low horses. It just takes
Yes, I
forever.
know. That's why I'm asking always the same questions.
No,
You know,
well, I'm
other,
glad you do. See, because we have to learn to explain this more simply. Okay? So
You
like
know, my problem is that I have done all I had to do, and now Beninitra's hoof are in a quite nice shape, except for the forward going heels.
okay. Well, here, okay, let me explain that.
Next 30 years we've done it.
As the back of the foot rises, okay, and as the frog grows, it's going to push the foot up, which is going to push the heels back into a better place, and the heels will start to grow straighter. But that comes from that inner foot being lifted up, as that frog stay and the back of the foot is lifting up the back of the foot, it will start to straighten out the heels.
I think Agaliki, as we're doing this newer bar frog stuff that we just started doing,
Yeah.
I think it's going to kick into a higher gear for all of us with the low heels. Because I think our frogs are going to get healthier than they've ever been and start growing better and start moving more than they have in what we've known.
Yeah.
Well,
Mine is.
I hope I see this.
Too.
Oh, you're going to
You
see
will.
it. Stop fretting.
Yeah,
You'll
you
get it.
will.
But I think all of this newest knowledge about trimming the frog and the bars more aggressively is going to speed up some of the things that we've been stuck at.
Yeah, I do too.
And we just got to now patiently wait and keep at it to see if it does do that. The
Yeah.
only thing we can do is keep at it and wait and watch.
So, okay, so I'm going to redo this here. Okay, so here's your foot that you've trimmed the heels out of. Okay, you got that 30-degree hairline, and the cartilage and everything is bound in here, and stuff. Okay, so you see this red part here? You allow that part to grow at least 1/4 of an inch longer than the sole, so that the weight of the horse is setting on it, and the weight is going to add. Okay, here's your coronary band right here. Okay, that's pulled down here. As the wall grows, it's not going to be able to push out and down as easy. So what happens is, as the wall grows, the coronary band and the foot, which is under a lot of pressure and pulling up anyway, doesn't want to be forced down here. It wants to be up here. This is where it wants to be. It's been forced and put under pressure clear down to here. So you allow the heel back here to grow, and this whole piece of wall on the side, which is, oh, come on, what's going on? Just a second. Okay, so here's your coronary band, here's the top of your hoof wall, here's the hairline right here. Okay, that's this part right here along there on this foot. Okay, you're weighting this part of the wall. Remember, the heel is this whole area here. Okay, so as it grows, the growth that is coming in stays at the top and adds into the hoof capsule and allows the cartilages and bulbs to raise up And so you see how much added?
Wait, stop
you
there.
See this here? Okay, I'll stop
Yes.
right there.
Wait. Stop there.
Okay.
The upper line is there.
Yeah.
In my case, I have nice lateral cartilages. Okay. So the upper line is there, but the heels are coming to the middle of the red line.
Like that?
There. Yes.
Okay.
How do I do to take them back and stand upwards?
Okay. Well, you allow the toe to get a little bit long, like so, to put leverage on the foot, the inner foot here. The inner foot has to pull that back. Okay. First of all, well, wait. If your heel's grown like that, it's because the inner foot is aimed in that direction, because it's grown from the inner foot. Okay, from the heels of the inner foot. So it's aimed in that direction. So the foot itself kind of has to pull that back eventually. And, you'd have to, it depends, like where are your horn tubules over here? Where are they at? Are they up here? Okay, because if
no, they're back there.
They're all back like that.
Yes.
But your heel's like that.
Yes.
Okay, well then what's going to have to happen is the back of that foot's going to have to pull up some and then grow it from a different kind of direction coming down. That's all I can tell you about that.
So you're saying her hairline still needs to go up some more?
That could be, yeah. I don't know. You'd have to show me a picture of the foot and then I might be able to.
Yes, I will. I'm trying this for such a long time. And
But do you make notches?
Huh?
Do you make notches?
Oh, wait a minute. Here's a deal. Just start growing your heels longer than they're supposed to be.
Because I had the same situation and I enlarge the photo and I draw the tubule angles and then I divide them in like sections, like 10-degree sections, and I'm able to track where they start moving first, and that's how I make the notches.
Yeah.
And it really helped me to lift up the hairline and pull the heels back onto a better degree.
Yeah, and
at least on that stallion.
For me, I make a bigger notch, more like that.
Yeah.
See?
I try the notches now.
Linda does the beaver cut.
Many huge notches. That's my next experiment.
Angelica, I can send you my pictures because you can really see how it moves.
Yeah,
so
like that mare I was tracking.
I have a very, very negative thought about it because I believe that on my try to make the hoof stand up, I think I have a small degree rotation of the coffin bone.
Yeah, well, here's the deal too. You have to be more careful on your horse because she has been foundered and she has more damage to the toe.
Exactly.
Than a normal horse. So, you depending on what's going on, you may not be able to do that because see the way that I got them to stand up because I have good toe and a lot of sole is that I'll take toe and leave heel. I'll take down the toe and leave heel. And what that does is it stands everything up straighter. Like, okay, let's say I have a foot like this. Okay, oops, I didn't want it to be quite like that. Never mind, I don't have a foot like that. Okay, so let's say I got this going. Okay, and let's say I want to leave heel, but I just want to take a little bit of toe, about like that. Okay, what's that going to do? That's going to set this down so that now instead of the wall being at this angle, it's like that. See? And that stands up these horn tubules more. Then if I put a notch in it, which the notch you want to follow the growth ring. That's what I do anyway. I'll notch it right to here, about to in like that. See? And
Yeah.
then so now everything's standing up, like this part here that was like this. It is now standing up like this. You see
Right.
that? And
Right.
so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get these straighter. But see, I can take more down in my toe because I have a good toe with a lot of sole.
Exactly.
Okay. But on your horse, you're going to have to be way more careful because you don't want to disrupt anything in that toe.
That's
or that
why I'm
dorsal
not.
wall.
That's why I'm asking now this.
Yeah.
Because everything I do, I have to consider too many things.
Yeah.
You
I
see, in
know.
my last photo, you make a very nice explanation, and you told me to take off a little bit of the extra wall I had on the heel quarters.
Mhm.
If I take the heel quarters wall down, then I don't have heels anymore.
Okay. Yeah,
It's a very special case, and I have to be very careful because
Yeah.
I'm always thinking of my rotation.
Yeah. Yeah, I
So now
understand. See,
she's sound. She can walk. She can be okay, and that's very good for her.
yeah.
I just wanted to clear this. If I have to insist on changing her present state or not, and I will try my best, but you cannot not always. She's almost 29 years old now.
Yeah.
She's almost in a very delicate situation.
Yeah. Well,
So
and see
thank you very
that's
much
well, but
about all the ideas.
see that's the hard part too, is it depends on the individual horse, where that individual horse is at. Like I can't do these and do a blanket statement and just say, okay, do this, because every
Exactly.
single horse is at a different stage. And horses that have had rotation and laminitis that were like headed towards death door if something didn't turn around. I mean, you have to handle those horses with kid gloves. You can't
Yes.
just say, do this, do that, because what applies to a horse with a really good dorsal wall and sole might not
Let's
apply
say
to them.
that let's say that some horses are out of the normal
Yeah,
hoof care.
yeah,
And you have to be very, very, very careful to keep the equilibrium of all the negative and
yeah,
the positive things.
yeah. Like it's totally different if I have a horse with the hairline like this and that much heel than if I have a horse with that much heel. You know,
Exactly.
uh, what what I can take, well, and actually the hairline wouldn't be like this, it'd be like up here, you know, and that foot is compressed and in that smaller capsule. And so what I would do to the back of the foot is different than if I got this here, or even that there, or anything like that, and then, you got your other factors like, it may look like I have this kind of heel, but I could have horn tubules here that are running clear like that, you know. And so that might be something I'm having to deal with as all this other stuff is going on. So there's principles, there's I like what Devin called it, there's tactics. It's a tactical trim, and we're in a war. You're fighting a battle here. And so it depends on what the enemy's doing here.
Yes, it's a good thing that we talk about these cases.
Yeah, no
because
kidding.
There are some people who have special needs for their trims.
Yeah, we've got special needs feet here.
Yes,
And
of
stuff.
course.
And so, yeah, I mean, there are principles and tactics that we can use, but it does depend on what the distortion is in the foot. It's just like if you have a foot that's, this much smaller and it's all bound in by periopal and held in by periopal for the survival of the horse, and then you just go removing it and the back of the foot is released out, there's nothing for it to release into. You're going to have a mess. Like here, I'll give you a picture. What happens?
Exactly. And Linda, because now the group is big and there are so many types of distortions and of restorations. And sometimes we need to speak about these things.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. In fact,
because,
all the time.
If I have a horse that is 5 years old and he had his heels trimmed out, it's not the same thing as you have a horse of 25 years old and all his life his heels were trimmed off.
Yeah.
Him. So sometimes we need to talk about the special needing cases.
Yeah. See?
So you have to find the equilibrium between the things that you can do and the things that you don't
exactly
do.
And here's a good example. Okay.
Yeah.
This guy wrote to me on the community page. There's a guy over in Israel. And of course, look at how the heels have been trimmed out of this horse completely. And so this foot has slowly been compressed down into this smaller capsule. Let me get an annotate going here.
Yeah.
And this darn thing.
My horse lived like this for about 20 years.
Yeah. So here's the heel on this horse. This stupid thing. Okay, I was just showing you a foot. I know this is the side of the foot, but still, this horse had 30-degree hairline. Look, bulbs on the ground. Bulbs on the ground. And so this foot is forced and compressed. This part here should be up here. Up here.
Exactly.
And so it's been forced down and it is only held together and bound by this periopal skin. Well, then it gets some moisture and the periopal skin softens and the foot pulls out of the current capsule here. And there's nothing for it to be in there. So what we're doing, now look at the hairline here that you see right here. See it?
Yeah.
Right up here. It was down here and it was binding and holding this foot right into there.
Exactly.
Okay? Then it got wet, or just the fact that they just finally trimmed too much of that out. And then the foot right in here, it pulled out.
You
of
strip
the current capsule.
horse of the connection.
Yeah. So there's nothing for it to go into. So what are we doing? Okay, it's what I was saying earlier, that if you have a foot like this, then you're going to grow the heel area so that it is higher than the sole right here, so that the weight of the horse is on the wall in the heel. You want the wall higher. You don't want it so high that it's going to buckle, but you want weight, the weight of the horse on this part of the heel of the hoof wall. You're going to be growing this here, okay? But you want
Yes.
to weight this whole area, okay? And it's going to be, you know, it's going to be something like that, okay? And then what happens, your hairline that was here, as it grows, instead of growing down and out the bottom, it's going to stay in the capsule and add wall into the capsule there so that you're like this.
Yes, but tell me,
Okay.
if the vertical line, you add capsule, but it goes, the heel buttress goes
Okay.
forward.
Okay, this is what I'm going to say. Don't worry about it. Quit worrying about run forward heels. Just stop. Okay?
Yeah.
Because I have had people on me about that. Oh, run forward heels. This is your barefoot BS that they have put in our brain. Oh, run forward heels, run forward heels. What about the run forward heels? Don't worry about it. Do
Yes,
not worry about it.
I'm telling this because I
Yeah.
know that now
Yeah, I know.
when Anitra is, she gained volume of of her hooves.
Sure. Yeah,
She
don't worry about it.
gained the lateral cartilages. She gained the frog.
Yeah.
The frog stay. I can feel it back in the back of her hoof. But
Ooh, her
even
heels
if
are run
she
forward.
has some heels,
Yeah.
she steps on.
I understand that. I understand
Yeah.
all of that. Okay. But what I'm telling you
She's
is, and
much
what I am
better.
telling
She's 100%.
everybody else here, stop worrying about run forward heels. Okay.
Yeah.
Stop it.
I tell you, she's
Stop. Stop, stop, stop,
100%
stop, stop.
better.
I do understand that. Stop.
Yes.
What I'm trying to get to people is, please stop worrying about and looking at your run forward heels. Okay? Because they will eventually straighten out. Okay?
I hope so.
Yeah, they will. They
I
will.
do everything I should.
You're doing
Yeah,
great. You're doing great. You're fabulous. You have done amazing things with that horse. But what I'm telling you is,
no, you have done amazing things because
No.
I always do as you say.
And
I
so
mean,
what I'm telling you right now,
it's your
and I'm
merit.
telling
Everything.
every single one of you, because I went through this, okay, that when that foot was expanding, it made those heels look run forward. Why? Because they were forward, because that's where they were forced to, okay? But what I'm telling you is, quit looking at them, stop worrying about them. And because they got us, let me tell you that the whole barefoot movement, and the farriers and everybody else have us fixated on run forward heels, you know? And what I'm saying is, stop. I have learned this the hard way. Stop worrying about those heels, because as that foot continues to get stronger and to get better, those heels will eventually get straightened out and move back. Okay? But you cannot fixate on them and think you're going to fix them, because there are some principles that you can do in trimming, but it's that foot getting right and the back of this foot lifting up and that frog continuing to grow and strengthen, and this whole area getting better back here, that's going to push that foot back up and be able to straighten out these heels more to where they will grow in straight. See?
So Linda, can I make a comment, question about that? So I do my best not to worry because I know it's a process and feet are going to look worse before they look better, and they may look worse, but they are functioning better even though they look worse.
Yeah.
So, but my question with Chance, my old pony that has been foundered multiple times, he and currently we're at this situation that his whole foot is somewhat forward, and when he walks, he's walking on the back of his heel and not breaking over his toe. So that is a point to where I'm wondering if this is where I need to pull his toes back more. I mean, they're plenty long because of the shape of his foundered foot in order for him, or do I just need to notch him more to try to get that heel to migrate somewhat backwards so that he's not walking on the back of it, which seems like that would then just keep pushing his foot forward.
Well, I can't tell you anything because I'd have to look at it.
Okay. I need to take video of him walking so you can see it.
You know, I'd have to look at the foot because, like we were just talking, you know, you can't say all these horses are the same. You know, so you don't know how much of the back of his foot is still bound.
Yeah.
You know, and stuff like that. But what I am saying is once you get going and stuff, these heels are going to run forward. I know because I kept seeing it. It really bothered me. Okay. And then I learned that when all is said and done, okay, and the back of this foot is lifted up, eventually you're going to apply some principles that will help these heels stand up. All right.
Well, and he's definitely been at that point and been better. And I think I've just not stayed on top of his feet quite as much here recently. And we've kind of gone backwards a little bit. So it's probably why we are where we are.
Well, see, another thing that happens is when the back of the foot expands, it makes the heels look worse.
Yeah.
You know, and so, but we have to stop worrying about run forward heels because that's what they do. And then they take the heels down thinking they've fixed it.
Linda, sorry. I've sent you a photo because I'm crying and whining, but can you please have a look and show us this picture, this photo?
Oh, go away. I need to turn his phone off. Just a minute. Okay, just a second, dear.
Thank you.
Linda? Hello?
Oh, hi.
She's looking for the photo.
I was on mute.
Is it okay if I make a comment?
Absolute.
Okay. Hi, it's Maria from California.
Hi, Maria.
And hi, good to be here. So an observation I had with my very distorted foot in the beginning, he had very shallow sole, pancake foot, no heel. And as he was growing out, I could have swore it looked like he had a little egg beak heel coming out the back. It looked like his heel was actually getting smaller or shorter, but it was like a little beak, you know. So I guess what I saw was the foot expanding and growing bigger, you know, but it has to come out somewhere. It's like growing a new tooth. You know, you just see the tip of it first before you can see the whole thing. And it gets worse. It seems like it gets worse before it gets better. A watch pot never boils. That's for sure. 2 years into this, but everyone's different. You know, there's so many distortions. Just hang in there, Angeliki.
Yeah, like that little tooth, that little bit of buttress, see, and stuff, or just how the foot can expand, but the heels are still where they were. But what'll happen is, like if you look at your feet here, okay, where the foot is expanded here, well, that grew in as buttress. Okay.
His heels were
See
on
that?
the ground. He was walking on his hairline.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where we started.
Yeah.
It was ugly.
Yeah, see, like what I've been saying, like some people, they've got that 30-degree hairline with their bulbs on the ground. And so they haven't even got heel buttress growing. I've watched, like on my foot too, it'll do this exact thing. It expands back here, and then your heel's up here. But then what happens is heel starts growing in right here. And eventually it grows down and fills out right here as the bulb expands. That little tooth that you saw, you know, is stuff that got uncovered that's starting to grow again. You know, when all this anatomy gets wrapped up in here, and the heels get trimmed out, that buttress quits growing. And so when you're releasing and growing in wall, like you are here, and the foot is rising, then it's also uncurling, and there are parts that are opening up that hadn't been growing things before, and so they start growing, and so you'll see these weird growths, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so this foot has come. So now is this September of this year, Angelique? Hello.
Sorry. I
Is
was
this
in mute.
September? Is this September of this year?
24.
Okay. So September, October, November. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so you've come a long ways just from here. Just even look at the dorsal wall, how it's straightened out. See? So, you know, um, I I would not at all worry about this. This does not look bad at all. And those heels do not look, though, to me, that's not even a run forward heel. You know, uh, even this one don't look that bad, but you have more heel and more depth in your wall. Look at how much the dorsal wall has straightened out. And what's funny is you have a crack exactly where I have one. And the
Yes,
crack,
always.
yeah, the
Now
crack
it
is,
went away.
yeah, same thing happened to me. See,
Yeah.
it would always split real wide right here, and now it's holding together, you know? So,
And
you know,
if you
you're,
see the January photo,
yeah,
it's descending. The crack is descending. It's
yeah,
halfway in the hoof.
yeah. And it's not as wide at the bottom. See,
Yeah.
and plus, look, you haven't got such a pronounced dish in the dorsal wall. It's much smoother. The lines are much better. You know, this foot is standing up more than it's ever stood up before. And it's all, and these horn tubules are back and looking good. I mean, you're doing good, and I think you're your own worst critic here, like I am, you know? Like I look at my own feet and go, oh my God, you know, but I'm learning to look differently at those feet. You know, there's nothing
Well,
wrong with the stage this foot is at all. I mean, it has come so far.
after all these years that you tolerate me, I think we
And
are in
vice
a good,
versa, right?
in a nice, is a better place now.
Absolute. You're doing wonderful. You know,
But
you
she's still standing on her forward heels.
not really, you know, uh, I don't know what people want exactly. You know, it takes time for all of this anatomy to shift. I mean, you know, try and be happy where you're at, but knowing that as her foot grows,
usually I am, but tonight I wanted just to have a little push on my confidence, self-confidence.
well,
She was having a slight meltdown. She just
You
needs
should be patting yourself on
controlling.
your back.
you should be patting yourself on the back. Okay? Okay, where this foot is at is just fine. Okay? You have done an amazing, wonderful job.
Yeah, it looks a lot better.
Yeah. It has
I'm
come a long way since September, and this is a mare with chronic founder who probably is missing a lot of coffin bone. You know?
I'm sure she's more comfortable.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
guys,
You've done
it's
great.
so many years, and I'm trying so hard for this horse.
Well, me too. Look, let me show you a picture of my horse's foot. Okay? The bottom of the foot, oh my gosh, look at it. Looks like the heels are, all funky and stuff like that. But I know what I'm looking at, and I know where exactly that foot's at. I know where it's going. Okay? And so we need to stop looking at these feet as if they're ugly feet. No, these are feet. We know they're going somewhere. Okay? We know where they've been. We know where they're going. Okay, this is by nothing wrong with this foot where it's at all. It has come such a long ways, and you have done a magnificent job. Okay, and so when we're in the barefoot movement and all that stuff, they carve the feet into these little tiny well, they think it looks perfect. We know it ain't now, right? Okay, into these little things, and they're always talking about run forward heels. And I mean, they don't know what they're talking about.
And long toes.
Yeah.
Butch off the heel,
They'd
butch
want
off
you
the
to
toe.
take the heel down and chop the toe off and kill the horse. That would kill this horse. If
Yeah.
you were to go to a barefoot group and get advice, oh my God, okay, they'd all be telling you, oh, the toe
Take
is
off the
too long.
heel.
Take off the heel and take off the toe. And you would kill this horse. So what you've done, all the people you've helped, see, I mean, I want you to be confident that you are just the most fabulous person, and there's nothing wrong with your horse's foot. It is, from where it's come from, it is on its way to however far it's going to go. Your heels are not excessively forward or anything else. See?
And take lessons from the hoof. If your horse is doing better, then I'd say you're going in the right direction. Don't really worry too much what it looks like.
For more than 12 years.
Well,
she's
me too.
And on this hoof, not this hoof particularly, but if I had one like this, just from what I've learned about notches, from what you guys talk about.
But before you say anything, this foot had severe founder. So I would be really careful.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you, because if you were dealing with a foundered case, and then that area that's missing in the toe on the better looking foot, is that a notch? Like
No,
purposely?
that's a crack.
Okay.
That's a crack, and this horse had severe rotation and founder and should have been dead. Okay. And so Angelique took it over, and she's been with me, and we've been working on our horses now for 12 years. And so I know what you're feeling, because I get hit with the same thought, oh my goodness, your feet should be better along as long as you've been trying to this and blah, blah, blah. Well, we didn't know all this stuff was going on.
Well, and
you
that's
know?
why I just learned the notching from you. So that's why I was just wondering,
Yeah.
judging by like a regular horse versus a foundered horse, like if you would notch versus not to notch or not to notch, I guess is what I'm
Well,
wondering.
yeah, and see, and right at this moment, I don't know. And
Okay.
so when I would be dealing with a foot like this, I'd be doubly cautious in anything I did towards the dorsal wall.
Okay.
See, because these feet, they develop connection between the sole and the wall that's a little different than your normal horse. And so you do not in any way, shape, or form want to disrupt the connection that these feet have, that the sole has made with the wall. Because if you lose what they've adapted to and made, well, then what happens is this wall is not connected to the sole. The weight of the horse is on the sole. And the wall
Exactly.
is not connected anymore. So what happens? Then
And I
you are
want
in
to say
trouble.
something else also.
Uh-huh.
I didn't post in the past photos of Benenitra because I felt that some people would say and would think that so many years and these hoofs are at the same situation. They are not.
They're not.
But,
That's right.
But now tact is going forward, and we need, I think, to start talking about difficult cases that maybe will never be sound 100%.
Yeah, like my pony.
But people should be confident, and now we have the chance because tact is established, and we have the chance to show that many things cannot be corrected the way we would like to.
Yeah.
And that is why now I feel more free to show how far we have gone.
Well, see, I know exactly how you feel because I have the same feelings. Well, gee, here you are, been doing all this, got these groups. Boy, you should have a horse with perfect feet. Well, nope, sorry, don't yet. Didn't even know what the true foot was till a couple of months ago.
Exactly.
Come to find out, oh, gee, central sulcus is a distortion.
And it is, Linda, it is a very, very huge release to know that now you can show people difficult things and to force people by these examples to think and to get the responsibility how to do their best.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have the base now because, yes, horses are animals that we deal so many years, and there are things we can do, but sometimes there are things we cannot do.
Exactly.
But now the tact is at a point that we can show even the things we cannot do, because the things we have achieved are so many that gives us the opportunity to say about our failures too now.
Absolutely. I haven't wanted to share about my pony,
Yes,
until just recently, because now I understand what was really going on. As long as you have any incorrect idea and what the foot should be, you are not going to read it correctly. Okay? And so how can you correct it if you don't even really know first of all, the whole truth of that distortion. And second of all, the truth of what that foot is supposed to be. We have just been in the last 6 months. Let me see here. Where is it? Sharing, if I can find it. Okay, well, heck. This foot here. Okay. Now that's a little blurry, but we know that this is a true foot of the horse. Okay. The big fat frog, the wide heels, and of course there's a false version of this foot. A false version as well. But now I'm starting to recognize those distortions in the false versions. Things like that. I had that other picture here. Where is it? Well, it was here somewhere. Just a minute. Maybe I closed it out. Let me go back to here. Okay, I must have closed that out. Let me go find it again. Well,
yeah, I feel like they've given these cases I feel like we were given these cases because, like it takes somebody like you, Linda, like had you had horses that had good feet and you trimmed them yourself and they did good, you would have probably just kept doing what you were doing. But because of these difficult cases, it's caused all of us to just, go nuts about trying to figure out the truth. And now look at
yeah.
how many cases that you're fixing. So it's like, it's funny, like it's hard on your emotions. I think I would have given up a long time ago if I just had JD. But having trimmed some horses with success stories, but then him still being a problem, it
Yeah.
just made me want to never give up. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But it is hard emotionally when you can't fix your own horse. You're like, okay, I trimmed this horse, it's doing better. Why can't I fix my own horse?
Exactly.
And
And
that's
see, they put such a thing in your head, about run forward heels and all this garbage. When they don't even know what a run forward heel really is. And their model, that model at Jamie Jackson's, the front feet had severely run forward heels. That's why he just kept using the back foot as a perfect model. How freaking dishonest is that? And so that back foot with the 30-degree hairline and no heel and bulbs on the ground became what he said the foot every horse should have. Okay. And so they quit showing the front feet on the same horse, which had severely ugly run forward heels. And so I wanted to show this foot. I don't know whose it is or where I got this picture, but this is a false version of the foot we just looked at. Okay. This is where, as you trim the heels out, they go really wide and stretch the whole frog out. Okay, so this is just another form of distortion, trimmed out heel distortion here. And so this is instead of totally contracting and the heels turning in, they've gone wide. A lot of times draft horses will do this. Go wide. Morgans will do this. Horses that have massive back feet and frogs, they'll go wide instead of turning in. See, there is a counterfeit for all this stuff. Now here, I'll show you. Let's share it. Okay, where'd you go? I should open that up. Never mind. I just seen it. Hold on. Make that bigger. Come up here and share. Okay, so here's Valor's foot. Okay, here's the notch. Here's what I do for notches. Like this. I follow the growth ring, like so, and then like that, because of the leverage that it makes on the back of the foot pulling up with a little bit of extra toe, and it releases somehow. I don't know how it does it, but this is where they break out, and somehow it works great in pulling these heels back. But if he had a foundered foot with where I really had to watch the connection up here between the sole and the wall, I might not do that, because I'm not sure I'd want his toe pressing down in the back of his foot pulling up that much. But because he has such a good dorsal wall connection and has never had a laminar wedge, I'm not going to worry very much if his toe stretches a little bit. Okay? As long as I got that leverage there to pull the back of this foot up. So what I'm trying to do is figure out, in some cases, how can we make these leverages work for us? The same way we see the wild horses making it work for them, when their toes will get a little long and they'll break out the quarters. And what happens is you'll see they do have run forward heels. But when the toe gets a little long and they break out the quarters, and then that foot is pulling up back here because a little bit of leverage on the toe, and they've weakened this part of the foot a little bit. And then the back of their foot will pull up like that. And then the wall will start growing from a different position here. The heel starts growing from a position higher up and further back and straightens out their heel. See? So Angelique, you're doing just fine. And it doesn't matter how long you've been doing this. Okay? This is research. These are lifelong case studies, because you know what's going on out there? You got people that are pawning themselves off as the latest, greatest, newest expert, or the oldest one, and they got a name, and they got all the bells and whistles and the fancy dancy this and that, and all their online classes, and now they're traveling all over the world and stuff like that. But what you're not knowing is you're not seeing the fact that they're leaving behind a trail of dead horses. Because these trims, these horses may, quote, improve a little bit at the beginning, but what about 10 years down the line? What about 10 years down the line? See, I know specifically of one case especially. Yeah, horse seemed to improve, but I'm going to tell you, the way the horse was trimmed would lead in the future to long-term laminitis, and this horse is on easy care and was trimmed by one of their, little famous trimmers they got there. And so this horse is touted as a success story. But down the line, the horse got mechanical laminitis and eventually had to be put down because of the way he was trimmed over time. See, over time, these trims lead to mechanical laminitis. And then the horse gets it, and many of these horses get put down. Let's look at long term.
I was just going to say, any of these pages, you won't have them in a success story of like, look at my amazing horse sound for 10 years and look how perfect his feet are. It's like you get in a success story and then that horse just disappears and you don't ever hear about it again.
Yeah, that's it.
Not very often do you hear what happened, and then that's good that you got to see, like, down the line, this horse ended up lame and got put down, and that you're right, that's probably what happened to most of them, and that's why we don't see 10 years down the line case studies.
Yeah, they already know, and it's talked about how long these horses transition.
Linda,
Go ahead.
I've sent you a photo of Pocahontas that I want you to show on this Zoom because this horse was practically doomed.
Oh, yeah.
But with this hoof, which suits the exact situation, is sound. So sometimes we have to adapt to the need of the horse. We know what a correct hoof is. We want to have an anatomically correct hoof, but sometimes it's not possible. And sometimes the life of the horse is heavier than the look of its hoofs.
Exactly. Now, the fact that this horse could even grow this is in and of itself a miracle. It's a miracle. Okay. And so you posted this on the group page, her whole story, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to go there and we're going to look at that post you did about, see, this horse doesn't have, well, she only has half a coffin bone because it literally got tore off. Okay. And she couldn't even walk or nothing, and now she runs all over the place. So we're going to take a look at this. And so you see, this horse gave me hope for my pony because my pony has she had chronic founder mechanical laminitis from barefoot trimming, and she had worn a good third the toe of her coffin bone off. So understanding this horse here, okay, we know that these horses can grow a hoof capsule if they got laminitis, no matter what, and that they can be sound and happy. Now, maybe you wouldn't ride this horse, if at all, or well, you'll have to see her move. Maybe you wouldn't ride this horse. Maybe you wouldn't go doing endurance deals, or maybe you could ride her lightly. You know, this horse was never broke, really, as far as I know. But we're going to go to the group page, and we're going to look at what this horse went through and how she grew a hoof capsule. And this minute, I got to get rid of some of this stuff here on my
That
page.
horse was a miracle.
Yes, absolutely.
She was the luckiest horse of the planet.
Yep.
Because the guy who took it was not a horse person. So I think it was something very special.
Yeah.
And she's very, very, very loved. Here we are. Yes.
Okay, so. Oh, yeah, you and your standards. Yet I got porn popping up every once in a while. You know those stories that at the top of your Facebook page? Somebody's always putting like an almost naked person on that. And yet Facebook, oh, this is violent graphic content. Yeah, whatever. I just can't even stand Facebook. But anyway. Okay, we want to see the photo. Okay, so this here, I'm going to let you tell the story. Okay?
Well, this horse was a young horse that maybe she put, you see the metal door. She put her foot under this door and she cut off half of her hoof. So she was doomed to be put down. And between the people that went there to see this accident, there was a man, a friend of mine by now, who said, it's a pity to put down a horse, a nice horse like this. She was a filly, a very young mare. And he said, I will take her to my land and I will try to do whatever it takes. So he contacted me, and together we begin to find some ways to make this horse survive. So if you go to the next photos, you will see what we have done. This is the way the hoof reacted. We had booted her
Literally.
with with a human boot.
That's so awesome.
Cut in half and put medicine, and you see the blue stuff and disinfection stuff. And she began to have this roundish pink thing coming off or on under her hoof.
That's granulation. So she was growing scar tissue to replace the tissue in her foot.
And time passed, and she was with socks for being taking care of not having an infection. And the hoof is on the left side. It became like this, distorted, but it was healing somehow. And then it went on and on. And she came to this point, you see?
It's amazing.
She had all this part missing. And then,
wow.
Yes. And then what? Here. You see, her hoof began to get better and better.
And the one part is she has really good caudal foot, the back of the foot. See?
Yes.
That she could grow this hoof capsule, grow sole, grow a wall with no coffin bone, basically. It's amazing. To where,
and we came to this state.
Yeah. Now we need to let's see, there's videos of her here somewhere, right?
No, in the same post there is the video.
Is it
the
in
last
the same?
one.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
This is such an amazing story. I told
That's
my
not
sister
her.
about it, and
Let's
she's
see.
like,
I'm at the
"No,
wrong
that's
deal.
not true." She's like, "She couldn't have ripped off her coffin bone." I was like, "Yeah, she did," and I showed her the post, and she was like, "Wow, that's amazing." It's a miracle.
And no, this is where it finished. She has this kind of
Okay, the video isn't here. It's got to be somewhere else. And at one point, I had all the videos. So hold on, because I'm gonna just a minute. Stop share. I will find video. Just a minute.
You know, the funny thing is, guys, that the man who took this horse, he had only dogs, and he kept her like a dog. He's talking to her and asking to do things. She rings a bell when she wants a carrot. And she's a pet, and she lives in olive land with him and his family. And she's very, very, very happy.
Okay, so I want to show you some videos of her. So just a second here. When she was and she was very thin when he got her as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so hold on. Let's see here. Just a minute. Escape. Okay, where are you there? Zoom. Okay,
Everybody
share.
will be very happy to see her.
Okay, so here she is. See how thin she was? Okay, just a minute here. Now, watch here. This is her now. Well, a couple years ago, after she got healed up.
You cannot show the video. She's running like a crazy lady.
Are you guys seeing the video?
It's kind of
No,
jerky. It
it's
goes
not.
like a bunch of still pictures connected.
Now, this stupid. Here, just a minute. Hold on. Stop share. Okay, let's see. Share. Advanced sharing options. This stupid thing. There's a deal here where you can video settings, video.
If we cannot see it here, you can see it on our group. Her last video. Under my post.
Well, there used to be a deal here for sharing video. Live stream, whiteboard, record. Where it said that you could make it better for video. So let me look here. You stupid Zoom. I pay too much for you to put up with this crap. Oh, wait, optimize for video sharing. I found it. Okay, let's try this. Share. Okay. Is this any better? Come here, you stupid thing. Just a minute. Well, how's that? Is that any better? Hello?
You can hear her hoofs running.
Yes, that works better.
Okay, great.
That's amazing.
It is, isn't it? Let's see here. There's
How old is she?
How old is she? Here she go. Look at her here.
Well,
Holy Hannah.
she must be 6 or 5 or 7 years old.
Incredible.
Isn't it wonderful to see the life? You know?
Rejuvenate.
To see life instead of death.
Yes, I just love it. That's an amazing story. She's
Look
so
how great
pretty.
she looked. I
She was so
know.
proud of herself.
That's so wonderful.
She's like a big dog.
Jumping
Yeah.
around playing.
She's very happy.
And she puts all of her weight on that leg.
Yeah, she sure does. And she's even resting on the other one right there. That's funny.
Yeah. Look
Now-
at the pirouette on it.
Now, is it beautiful? You know, No, but the life is beautiful. And look, doesn't seem to be bothering her. This is awesome.
Yeah, and that's the kind of story where 10 years from now, she'll probably still be sound like
Oh,
that.
for sure. And what he wanted, and if I remember right, you told me, Angelique, that he wanted a horse to eat the grass in his orchard on his property. He wanted an animal there to eat the grass, and that's how he wound up with her too. So, it's just really a wonderful thing. Yeah. So,
Nobody believed that this horse could stand on 4 feet.
oh yeah, let alone do that. I mean, look at that. Holy Hannah. What a great thing. So,
Nobody told her she's not supposed to be able to do that.
yeah.
We didn't.
Yeah, that's really awesome.
Body is an amazing thing, whether you're a person or a horse or any other kind of animal. It's amazing how well it can heal itself.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, let's see here. Where's the...
If she can do that, then I can get my horse's heels up.
Hey, there you go. So this ought to give everybody hope, and stuff.
Her name is Pocahontas.
Pocahontas. So that was awesome. Well, folks, it is 4:40. I realize it's early, but we might just, is there anything pressing anybody would like to share or ask?
I want to thank everybody, Linda especially.
Well, I want to thank you especially for being my
For
friend so
what-
long and for being so faithful to keep working on your horse 11 years. And you see the importance of this now. This is about long term. This is about life. This is about giving these horses life and allowing them to live, not just to die because of stupid mankind that has all these false doctrines that they've been applying and killing horses needlessly for centuries. This is the horse version of childbed fever. Where the doctors were carrying germs from the cadavers over to the women they were examining and giving them childbed fever, killing them and their babies, to where it got so bad that women would rather have their babies in a gutter than go to the hospital. Yeah, confidence, there you go. So this is the equine version of the same thing. Stupidity in the experts in academia, false doctrine, false teaching, wrong beliefs, killing animals. And they haven't just killed animals, horses, they killed people too by their doctrines. Because lame horses do what? They fall. They fall. See, there's been more people than you know, and Gracie Clark talked about this. The number of humans killed from this. See, and it maybe it doesn't happen at the scale it used to when all they had was horses. He said that the horse only lived not even half their lifespan due to this, due to the way they were trimming out the heels to force frog pressure. So, we are.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, we are pioneers. Okay. That's really what we are. This is research and stuff. And so, whether it's 11 years, 12 years, 18 years, for me, it's going on 18 years, 10 years of doing it wrong. And now, ever since 2016, well, really 2015, now look, 10 years for me. just trying to grow the heels in. You know, January of 2016 is when I got the light bulb went on and I saw, oh, we've been taught him to trim the heels out of our horses. And I had never heard anything about any doctrines that go clear back to France of when they started this stuff. I knew none of that stuff. I just saw when I was doing a detailed, you know, illustration of every single part of the hoof wall, and I got to the very back and I went, huh, what's that? Oh, it's a heel buttress. Oh, duh. We've been led to trim them off. Didn't know it had a big, long history, you know. So, what we're doing is groundbreaking. What we're doing, see, and it's all of us. It takes all of us to do this. You, each and every one of you, are vitally important to stopping, to learning the truth, to applying it, to seeing it work on our horses, and to eventually stopping what is going on. Because see, we have to conquer the vet schools because that's where it ultimately went into, and they have been passing it on, for 250 years. And so ultimately, you just don't go attacking their educational system, you know, and getting it to change real easy. So see, you got all these people doing all these case studies. In each one of you is an independent researcher. And just like the conversation I got in with Elena, at first I was not seeing what she was saying. But then as she kept talking, some things kind of started looking different to me. And I had to kind of open my brain a little because my brain can get shut off too, you know, and stuff. So, us coming together and having these discussions is awesome, and we may not see it, or we may not see it the way that person sees it. But the thing about it is, when it comes right down to it, there is one truth. And I know people don't like to hear that stuff in today's society. But when it comes to these feet, anatomically, there are things that are absolutes. Okay. And uh even though the foot, makes different versions of itself, well, that's pretty much an absolute too. We have learned that. We have seen that. Okay. But there are truths that we are uncovering. And when it comes to the anatomy of the human body and things like that, there are just certain specific truths, and there is no getting around it. If all our doctors had a different idea what the heart should be, how would that work? And that's not to say that these doctors can't learn more and find new truths and understand more about disease and I mean all this stuff. But ultimately, when it comes to our bodies, we all got the same heart. They might be a little different size, and some people might have heart disease or this, that, or the other, but anatomically, there is a right and a not right. Not right is disease. See, the same with the foot of the horse. There is a right and there is a not right. And not right is distortion and disease. Okay.
And one of the reasons why you can't force any of this to try to figure out right is because that threatens somebody's money. It's all
yep.
money as well,
Yeah, or their ego, which is even worse.
Yeah.
And I can understand that. I haven't charged anybody anything, okay? But I imagine if I had a whole deal where, boy, I'd written a book and now it's in black and white and, I'm charging people money out the yang for these classes, well, then I'm under pressure to have to be right, you know, as it is, just doing this, I feel that pressure on occasion. Like I have to have an answer. Well, I don't have the answers for everything. And what was it? Was last week somebody asked me something, or recently somebody asked me something, and I thought about it and I went, I don't know. You know, I don't know. You know, because I don't know, you know. Um, it's like I told people the greatest compliment I ever had was some not nice farrier. Imagine that. Not nice farrier on a YouTube comment said, "How can somebody that doesn't know what they're doing teach people who don't know what they're doing?" And you know why that's so great? Because we know, well, we know a lot more now, okay? But when you know that something ain't right, and you're obviously doing something that ain't right because you see it in your horse, okay? But you have the guts to admit it and to start looking for an answer. See? And that's what we're doing. We all don't know perfect tool use and all that stuff. That's another thing they do. They'll criticize you because your tool use. You know, well, yeah, I'm sorry, but we're not Ginsu knives experts like they are. You know,
I remember when you watching your earlier videos and thinking, oh, she's going to trim like I'm going to trim.
there you go.
Like I'm not going to trim like a farrier who's been doing it 8 times a day for 20
Yeah.
years.
Yeah, and went to school because
Right.
they really train you in those schools.
And
And
has
there's
probably been through 50 knives to know which one is the best one and 50 reps to
exactly,
know which one is the best one and all of that.
exactly. You
That's
Hey,
why
know,
I
I
love
sent you,
Dave's post
Linda, I
because
sent
you
you
have
some
a dull
progress.
knife.
what?
I said that's why I love Dave's post. You can have a dull knife, and he showed you how to make it extremely sharp.
Yeah, I need to go watch that. That was awesome. You know?
Linda, I sent you some progress pictures if you want to pop those
Oh,
up real quick.
okay, I will do that. Let's see here. Okay, let's see. Okay, let me find where we're at now. Share. Okay, what are we looking at here? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh,
Yeah, that
okay.
was the top picture was in November,
Okay. And
and
this
the bottom
is
picture was this week.
okay. Well, great. Well, look at how much smoother your hoof wall is.
Right?
And you're not rasping it down, right?
No,
Or sanding it out or nothing like
no,
that.
it's dirty. I just took a quick picture.
Yeah, but look at the oh, what do you call them? The bulges in the growth rings here
Right.
and stuff, and they're not. You don't have them here. You know.
And it's
So
just a bigger footprint.
yeah, yeah. Look, it is. He's widened up back here.
And gone up and they're up high. The heel
Yeah.
ball.
Well, you're doing good. You're making progress. And just you can see how his foot's expanded up here from there. That look. When was this?
That one was probably this was late summer maybe.
Okay.
Um and you can see where I had put a notch into the or slice
Oh,
into the periopal.
yeah. Oh, up here. Oh, right here.
Yeah.
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 Now, was it you? Who was it that said they just put a cut on the periopal?
That was me.
That's right. Okay.
And then I couldn't do it on the other side because that's when I started messaging you and asking you. You can see on the left side of the picture how the wall is curling around into the frog.
Uh-huh.
So I couldn't
Like right
slice that
there.
side. Yeah, I
That's
couldn't slice that
interesting.
side.
I wonder if that, because look at how wide that is. I wonder if that was some heel buttress that was growing in.
But I've been able to cut it out now and it's much wider.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's really awesome. Now, how are you doing on the front there?
That's not mine.
Oh, it's not? Was that one I was
No.
showing you or something?
I don't know.
So why were you unable to cut it? Because there was buttress there?
Yeah, there's wall there.
Okay,
And at the
okay. I was
time I
just
didn't
wondering.
know what I was doing. I was just experimenting. And then I messaged Linda and I said, what is going on here? Is this hoof wall that is underneath all of that growing into the frog? And she said, yes. So
Oh,
I
yep,
started
looky
cutting it
there.
with,
Huh.
I don't think that one's mine.
It
Oh,
isn't?
yeah, it is mine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. I just made
Yeah.
it bigger. See, so we could look at this right here. You're talking about right here, right?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, that's interesting. How that was under there. Well, let's see.
Now it
Yeah.
looks, this was still an older picture.
Mm-hmm.
This was still probably, this was maybe sometime in the fall, when I was trying out the Proxon.
Yeah.
You can see how I used the Proxon on the left-hand side and I was able to get into the wall area.
Now,
and this was before I really trimmed up the frog because honestly, the Proxon wouldn't even make a dent in his frog.
Oh, it looks like it's really tough. Like
yeah,
it's just.
So it took a long time. It wasn't until we started getting a lot of rain and snow that I was able to start trimming it.
It's amazing how strong that periopal is. I'm sure that was periopal grown over your whole frog. You know?
And always sound.
And stuff. Well, see, the periopal can just kind of migrate over the whole frog, and then it's hard as hoof wall. Well, you're doing awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, and lucky you to have gotten the use of a Proxon.
Yeah, I'm still kind of awkward with it, but it got me where I needed it to. It got me to where I could do things on a regular basis with a knife and the rasp, where I don't need the Proxon as much because it just allowed me to get into crevices that I wasn't able to get into and clean stuff up.
Well, that's
like
great.
one of the last picture that I sent you, that shows us the profile of the hoof. On that hoof, the outside wall the tubules were actually curled under, and he was walking on his tubules, if that makes sense. Like they bent and he was walking on them. And, I had to figure out a way to trim the wall so that I could remove as much as I could that was bent, but leave stuff behind to not put him on his heel bulbs again. And the Proxon really helped with that.
Okay. Yeah,
I
couldn't live without those things.
Yeah, if I was not taking your whatever you call this hoof chats and reading your Facebook pages every day, I would have no idea. My horse would be lame, and I would be considering euthanizing him because he was getting that lame.
See, isn't that terrible? So you can just imagine all the horses have been put down needlessly just over this stuff, and stuff. Well, good for you that you undertook this to learn to do this and, to try and correct your horse's feet. Good for you and good for him.
I did have one question.
Okay.
And that is, he does seem to be more comfortable when he has more, since I've been doing all this, his walls have gotten really, the thickness of his wall is consistent all the way around, especially on the quarters, where they used to be very thin.
Yeah.
And my question is, if he's more comfortable with a little bit of wall, do I still need to take it down all the time?
No.
Or should I, pardon?
I don't think so.
So let him have a little bit of wall?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and here's the thing too. If you start using your Proxon, now this I know this is an older picture here, but you can use that Proxon to really shape these frogs up and to really get in this whatever it is.
Yeah, yeah, this is an old picture. Well, the
The
Proxon
central
wouldn't,
sulcus
yeah, the
that ain't in the
Proxon wouldn't,
center.
the Proxon was like trying to like, you know how like if you put your Proxon on a tire, it wouldn't do anything.
Okay,
It's the
yeah.
same. It was literally, it would just like make it hot and it wouldn't take anything off.
Okay.
It was very bizarre. It was very so rubbery,
Maybe
that it wasn't. So
maybe
what? But I finally got my knife technique better,
okay.
and with all the snow we've had this year, and he's been standing outside in it all day, or the mud, and once it melts, so his feet have really expanded, and
Good.
um,
Okay.
I've been able to get after that frog, but I couldn't do it with the Proxon. It just, um, it just got hot, and it wouldn't take anything off.
Well, maybe you need a different disc,
Yeah,
you
maybe like
know.
a diamond blade.
Well, yeah, like you can get these there's this place called Saber Tooth. I'll show you here. We'll go there. I've been gonna order some. I've got one actually. Saber Tooth
And then
Power Carving Tools.
I'm also scared that I'm going to take off too much.
Yeah. Well, they've got one that they've got different whatchamacallit. Okay, here's Saber Tooth. Aha. So uh so you can get ones that are really fine. Let's see. This is a buzz out carving wheel. Let me find them here. Let's go here. Okay, so like here. Okay, see the different like you probably wouldn't want that one. Okay, but this one here, okay,
I
this
don't
is
see anything.
extra.
Do you have to do a new
Oh
share?
gosh, me dumb. Okay, just a minute. Share. There we go. So like something like this here, this is extra fine. This is an X view larger. See how that's really extra fine? You know, but see, these don't clog up
Okay.
and they last forever. Okay.
They
And
better at that price.
yeah, no kidding. But they'll last forever and they don't clog up. And so I have one that's similar to that I'll use. It's more like, well, then they have these other kinds. This one is also fine grit. I have one, it's a red one, and it's about like that and
Okay.
stuff. But
So that's a metal. It's made out of
yeah,
metal.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's for wood
Yeah, the
carving.
sandpaper ones just aren't gonna, they're,
Nope, they wear
yeah.
out really quick. And plus, uh, well, if you get the Proxon ones, crying out loud, they're $7 a piece or more, you know, and stuff. These do not wear out. Not for what we'll
Okay.
do. Not like not ever. And stuff. And you can get different grits. Now these ones here with the holes. This is fine grit too with holes, but the reason they have the holes in them is because as it's spinning around, you can see through it.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, isn't that something?
Yeah.
Um,
Instead of doing it blindly.
I'm
yeah, and
glad you
then
guys are having this conversation because I've been wanting to do this, but I'm like, I don't know what to get.
yeah, and anyway, so these you could look at them and kind of make like, I don't think we need that,
No.
you know. But even the stronger grit ones for just like the wall or something like that. Um, but I've been wanting to get these too. So I know some people use drum sanders on their Dremel, right? Okay, so look at these. You can get a whole set here and they have fine, very fine grit, and that way you're not having to put um those little barrels on there all the freaking time because
Yeah,
they
I put
wear
it on
out
and it just
really.
immediately ripped apart.
Yeah, they
Like
wear out
that
really
was,
soon.
yeah.
Really soon. So you can get sanding sleeves, fine grit, just like that
Okay.
as well.
And
Yeah,
these
See?
because
will
I have a
fit.
Dremel and I thought maybe that would be
Today we are
probably
demoing the
fine.
half-inch.
And these
Here,
will fit on the Proxon.
yes. Well, these are for your Dremel. But
Oh, okay.
those 2-inch, this is Saber Tooth, SABURR tooth.com. And see, these are for
The,
your Dremel
the
here
tube shaped ones are for the Dremel, and then the flat disc shaped ones are for the
for the
Proxon.
Proxon.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then do you use like a grinder, like a sander to just like, if you were going to use that instead of your rasp to file down the hoof wall or no?
Yeah, you can use this to file
You
down
can use
hoof wall
it for
too.
anything, yeah.
You can use it for the whole foot, like and it's really good at shaping your what's not a central sulcus. You know, caudal sulcus. I don't know, give it a name, whatever. Um, so and then they have ones that are just like this too. Um, so they're not a drum at all, they're just a whole unit, you know, and stuff. But these last forever.
So you would need a Proxon and a Dremel.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I got the Proxon and the Dremel, and then yeah, so and they got kits. You can buy a whole kit here, but probably don't need that. Sanding sleeve kit, that might be handy. You know, and you probably want to get their little whatever those little rubber things you put them on too.
And a
Menards has
respirator.
Menards has a kit that has all kinds of little grinders and tools and sanding drums and fine stones and coarse stones and grinding stuff, and it only costs like I think less than $10.
Okay. But
Awesome.
I don't know if it has these specific things in it. See, like this.
It's got
These things
sanding
here.
sleeves and sanding drums and grinding stuff.
Yeah, but
And
it doesn't have the metal sanding sleeves.
I know it doesn't have the metal ones.
See, and that's the whole thing and getting the metal one. Then you don't have to keep changing.
Ah,
And
See,
would you suggest the cordless or one with a cord? Or do they even have a cordless?
they have cordless.
Okay.
Yeah.
The cordless is heavier.
Is it? Yeah, because you got that battery
Okay.
and stuff. Like on these, I know they're expensive, but you don't have to, you know, it's a real pain having to change those things all the time. Right when you're in the middle of something, you know. So really for a drone, you only need one of these sleeves here. One of these sanding sleeves, which I kind of like the medium. You got extra fine grit and you got fine grit, which $24. Okay, maybe a little expensive. Okay, who is that? All right.
I accidentally did it. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I was just joking around. I thought it was my friend Anonymous. Okay. All right. So anyway, that's kind of what that looks like, and they just never wear out. Okay. And they don't, the difference between them and a sanding disc, they don't clog up. You know what I mean? Those
Yeah,
sanding discs clog up and won't cut anything.
that's probably what happened to me.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You know. So anyway, I like I said, I have this red 2-inch disc for my Proxon, but I have the sandpaper drum ones and stuff like that. And I bought a number of those kits like what you're talking about, Marilyn. But those sandpaper ones wear out so soon, and I hate changing those things. So I was thinking about getting me, you know, either one or two of these, maybe the fine grit and the extra fine grit. Another thing I do is I will take a scalpel and I will, in the very center of the foot where the frog stay is, that can be super deep. And so a lot of times I will make a cut there and just use a scalpel to kind of put a cut in it so that it can still spread apart as the horse walks. Do you understand what I'm saying there and the concept of that? Because your bulbs are squeezed together, right? And you want them to widen out, right? And so as the foot was squeezed together, that's how wide the frog stay grew. And so I will just put a slice in the frog itself because it's deep. It's deep in there so that it will, and sometimes I'll use a Dremel with a really narrow, thin burr to even kind of clean that out and widen it up so that the foot can spread as the horse walks. It'll allow that area of the frog to kind of spread apart and help the bulbs to kind of widen up. Because wherever that frog stay is, that's where your foot's going to be. See, and so that's why we really want to learn to clean out in the what is supposed to be a central sulcus but isn't, this area here. See that? Okay, see, you can get that proxon in there sideways and just really clean that up nice, and stuff so that this will release back here.
That was a before picture.
Oh, I know. I
And
was just using
yeah,
it for a,
that has
yeah, don't make
actually was able
excuses. No.
I was able to clean that one up really easily with a knife. It was satisfying finally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just kidding about how we're like, oh, that was a long time ago. I'm much better now.
Sorry,
Isn't
I'm
it
getting
funny?
better and better.
Does anybody else like me, like you feel judged over your horse's feet?
Oh yeah. Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah. Okay, yeah. You know, uh I think that's so funny that they have put that on us. You know what I mean? Okay. Well, thank
Linda,
you. Yeah.
Linda, did you see the knives we made simultaneously by chance with Janet? We made a post and
Oh
we
yeah.
post
Yeah.
photos.
Yeah, she was telling me what kind of knife was that again?
A hoof knife that mine was a hoof knife that I took off the hook.
Oh, you took the hook off. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Yes.
And Janet, at the same day, she made a clay, how do you say this? A knife for the, oh God, how do you say the things we open and eat? The seafood things.
Okay.
Oh, a clam knife.
Clam knife.
A clam
Yeah.
knife, and she find it. It was somehow bigger. My hoof knife was short, was smaller,
Uh-huh.
not more narrow, and it goes just fine with the to define the frog. It goes
Okay.
into things. You have to cut, like this one, the rope you want to cut.
Okay. Yeah,
But it's
I seen that. That looks
it's
great.
better with a Dremel, of course, or with a grinder.
Okay, I wanted
If
to
you have,
okay, Sherry, are you still there? Hello?
Sorry, I'm still here. Yes.
Okay.
I'm doing barn work now.
Oh, okay. I just want to show you this real quick here.
Sure.
Just a minute here. Gotta find where I'm at. Okay. So this is this picture of Chester, our mascot wild horse, right? So I just want to show you with using a grinder how it does make a difference. And you might want to consider doing this to do your frogs. Okay, because, okay, so like I hadn't been trimmed for 8 months here due to a set of circumstances. Maybe it wasn't quite that long, but through this, we learned something. We learned how the periopal stitches together. Look, it looks just like stitches, don't it? Because in this case, his heels weren't trimmed out, but his foot got awful long and was pulling, it was pulling this way, the leverage, pulling the hoof capsule this way. And so the bulb skin stretched and grew, and that rope right there, that piece of periopal, look at that, baby, just started stitching together right over that area to keep that hoof capsule on. So learned a lot from not being able to do right now. So I trimmed him. And when I did that time, of course, I was using a more of an angle grinder, but I cleaned out this area right here like that. And then Sharon sent me pictures of his foot 5 weeks later, and you can see that it kind of started to fill up and stitch a little bit, but he was ready for a trim here. But one thing you see is how he's pulling, see, okay, as the toe was long, okay, and the heel's a little bit long. Now, what happened? His foot started pulling up like that. So then when I trimmed it, okay, and got it back in, then it fit itself back into the capsule here. It straightened up the heel, and this is actually what happened. The same principles we've been talking about, how leave the heel a little long, leave the toe a little long, like not forever, you will eventually trim it, but what did it do here? Okay, it eventually went right back into the capsule. Anyway, so I would just encourage you to learn to use that Proxon on your frogs so that you can clean out this area better, because I just know I've been doing it on my horse like consistently, and it has really helped the back of his foot move up where it's supposed to be. So,
Okay, I'll do it.
okay. And you can just shape it so much better and things like that. It's awesome. I like using it. All right. Anyways, okay, folks. I guess that's probably all we have for today. I want to thank everybody for all your contributions and your ideas and your input, and you really give me something to think about. And you add to me. And I'm not just saying that. Everything you guys share adds to my overall knowledge and helps me as well. So, okay. Well,
I just want to say thank you, Linda. And today's Hoof Chat has been extremely informative in a lot of different areas. So this one was really, really good.
well,
I
thank
really
you.
loved it.
You helped make it good, dear.
Oh, thanks. And
Hey,
thank you, everyone. Love all the stories today. Lots of different horse hoofs and different ways to trim them. And so, yeah, today was awesome.
you betcha. It sure was. I appreciate everybody. Well, okay, ladies.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes,
Thank
and I
you.
And
love you especially.
Love you. Have a
My
good night,
old friend.
everyone.
bye.
Love y'all. You're great. Happy
Thank you,
trimming.
Linda.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Let's see now. How do I get out of here? That's what a lot of people do. How do I get out of here?
Okay.
Let's see. Okay.
Okay,
Oh,
X doesn't work. How about leave?
I gotta
Yep,
turn
leave.
off share first.
Leave
There
meeting.
we go. Okay, and then I go over here to more, and I don't think stop share. There we go. And hey, bye Marilyn, bye Roberta, bye Diane.
Bye.
Leave meeting. Oh wait, I gotta cancel something first. Wait. More.